Amanya Mutalutalema Robert.
Tutalema Robert. Wanokolawo mulimu ki wano?
Kale nkola mulimu wa mobile money.
Mobile money? Tini okimanyi?
Yes.
Tini kitegeeza ki?
Kale ebeera enamba eva muri URA yosura gamba osasula omusolo kubanga nange niko omusolo.
Tini namba okimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi kuba njiina kuba nina edduuka wano ekampala toyinza kuba na dduuka notaba na tini namba.
Kusula tini namba erina mugaso ki?
Tini namba batugamba sometimes oba otambuddeko ebweru oba like okukakasa nti oli mutuuze era ow'omusolo to the country erina okuba ne tini namba ng'omuntu.
Tini namba ogimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi.
Tini namba erina mugaso ki?
Tini namba eyambako ng'oyagala osasula emisolo like URA oyagala okufuna number plate y'emoloka wetagisa tini namba oyagala okufuna driving license wetagisa tini namba ese.
Tini njimanyi.
Tini erina mugaso ki?
Waliwo tini ekikebe tini enamba.
Tini enamba?
Tini njimanyi kale oba recognized nti osasula omusolo gwo bulungi nti tebakuzibwaza mu bintu by'emisolo w'ebityo egambo basite mu bintu ebyokola.
Njagala kumanya tini kyeki?
Tini namba kwensasulira omusolo nekyekirala.
Gw'osuubira zirina mugaso ki tini namba ezo?
Tini namba zinooza nga identification oba identifyingira omuntu oba ayina business oba ayina kyakola.
Tini namba okimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi.
Kitegeeza ki?
Tini namba kitegeeza bw'oba olina tini namba katugambe oguze emotoka otumize emotoka kati bw'oba ogenda kusasula mu revenue olina okuba olina tini namba kugamba esobole okubeera n'omumanya go.
Kyesuubira tini namba tugiyize era tumanye omugaso gwayo. Atagimanya ayogedde byonna byoyogedde. Okay, kati tufune answer etufu okuva ewabakugu. Tini namba n'emigaso gya tini namba teweerabira Bro Hassa, a boy from Kiboga has been my name. Comedy Tricks is where I come from. Don't forget, you can check there for more funny clips. And again, Balix, bebabadde ku nteekateeka y'okubanga tino ekintu kikutuukako wonna gye tutambulidde bane mukulikeyo big up on Faizo on camera and Faizo my main producer bonna bikwasaganyizza. Bane ndowooza tunaddamu mweraba.
Tini ye namba y'omusolo ekwawula ku muwi w'omusolo omulala. Era ng'ennamba eno esobola okuweebwa ng'omuntu sekinoomu individual oba ng'ekitongole katugeze olina ka business kakali eyo olina ekitongole ky'okoleramu kwegamba tugiwa.
It's the same here. And here too. Watch every move. Record every number so you can plan better. No matter the size of your dream, tomorrow's success belongs to those who keep today's records clean. File your returns today.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
In chess, the small one can become the big one. It's the same here. And here too. Watch every move. Record every number so you can plan better. No matter the size of your dream, tomorrow's success belongs to those who keep today's records clean. File your returns today.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
Capo, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA a visit.
Why would anyone visit URA? Of all places?
To know more about the Kakasa Business Solutions, namely digital tracking solution, the voluntary disclosure program and electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution, which have turned my business around. You know I need to be on top of my game to protect my empire. If you know, you know.
I too need to know what Kapo knows.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business. Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Wait, Abu, tunamaliriza. And what are you doing throwing papers all over the place?
I'm looking for an invoice for a sound system and cables that I received yesterday, but I can't find it.
You know there is a way of keeping all this in one place and available to you as and when you need it.
I really wish there was one, because the way these invoices grow legs and disappear.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Now how did it get there?
Tabo! Do you know that with EFRIS, you can stay on track of all your business transactions and improve on your record keeping?
How so?
Kati tuli ku computer with EFRIS. I just search using the fiscal document number and I retrieve the records I'm looking for. Bookkeeping becomes simple after that.
Kapo, awesome, yeah.
I began using URA's Kakasa Solutions and now I'm in charge of my business. And you can as well.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Our humble beginnings take place in September 1991 with an amalgamation of 3 different departments in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Back then, the economy was just getting back onto its feet. Tax collection stood at 6.83% of the GDP, amounting to 180 billion Uganda shillings in the financial year 1991-1992. The URA senior management team comprised of over 60% expatriate staff, and revenue collection depended majorly on cash-based systems. Over the years, we have developed more effective and automated means of revenue administrations, with 95% of URA's processes automated to mitigate corruption and position URA as a business enabler. Revenue collection has grown to 13% of GDP, amounting to 19.26 trillion Uganda shillings collected in the just concluded financial year 2020-2021. At 30 years old today, URA boasts of being an effective semi-autonomous body, providing revenue administration services, spanning the entire country and driving Uganda towards economic independence. We have a vision of mobilizing enough revenue to fund the national budget by 100%. We are 30 years stronger.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Our humble beginnings take place in September 1991 with an amalgamation of 3 different departments in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Back then, the economy was just getting back onto its feet. Tax collection stood at 6.83% of the GDP, amounting to 180 billion Uganda shillings in the financial year 1991-1992. The URA senior management team comprised of over 60% expatriate staff, and revenue collection depended majorly on cash-based systems. Over the years, we have developed more effective and automated means of revenue administrations, with 95% of URA's processes automated to mitigate corruption and position URA as a business enabler. Revenue collection has grown to 13% of GDP, amounting to 19.26 trillion Uganda shillings collected in the just concluded financial year 2020-2021. At 30 years old today, URA boasts of being an effective semi-autonomous body, providing revenue administration services, spanning the entire country and driving Uganda towards economic independence. We have a vision of mobilizing enough revenue to fund the national budget by 100%. We are 30 years stronger.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
On 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the Laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there. We were about 10 people in that office, all in one room. And then later, we shifted to Nakaba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate trade globally, Uganda ratified the Marrakesh Agreement in September 1994 to become a founding member of the World Trade Organization, which currently sits 164 member states. To replace sales tax between 12% to 30% and the commercial transaction levy, taxes on commercial transaction, VAT was introduced in Uganda at 17% for more people to contribute to tax indirectly. In the same year, on the global trade facilitation front, ASCUDA is introduced to Uganda. Entebbe Customs is the pilot site. Trade facilitation in Uganda is changed for good.
Technological transformation that really stood out, that I think really made the biggest change, is the introduction of the system for processing, that is the ASCUDA. It streamlined the way that processing of customs declaration is done. And now to see that TMU officers can sit in their offices and they just control goods in transit without having to run around with papers the way we used to do. That itself is a very, very big game changer.
With the effort to settle tax disputes between taxpayers and the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Tax Appeals Tribunal of Uganda was established by an Act of Parliament in 1997. However, TAT opens its doors to the public in May 1999. In the same year, the Income Tax Act 1997, Cap 340, comes into force commencing on 1st July 1997. The Act came into force to consolidate and amend the law relating to income tax and for other connected purposes. It has since been amended several times. On 29th June 1999, URA acquired a land lease title of Plot M193, Chinawataka Road, Nakawa Industrial Area. It is here that URA would later erect a state-of-the-art tower. In 2002-2003, Ms. Ann-Britt Asland replaces Mr. Rakakoko as the Commissioner General of URA. In the same financial year, Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde is given the keys to tackle corruption head-on. She leads a commission of inquiry that would later change the trajectory of the whole organization. On 1st July 2004, Allen Kajuna is given the mantle to transform URA as the URA Commissioner General, leading a cleansing and restructuring exercise that would put URA back on track following the successful completion of the 17-day inquiry. Allen would go on to lead URA into its renaissance period. Regardless of all the efforts, since the inception in 1991, customer satisfaction was low. Appropriate information was largely inaccessible, and taxpayers often had to make multiple visits to the URA office to complete a single transaction. To reduce long processing times, low accountability and transparency, Uganda Revenue Authority sought to become the most efficient revenue collector in East Africa. All this would change with the introduction of the e-tax portal. URA started the Authorized Economic Operator Program way back in 2009, kicking off the project to implement a unique program that offers a triangulated compromise between compliance, facilitation, and control.
AUO categorizes clients based on risk. So low-risk traders are given benefits in terms of simplified procedures. And so they will go through the clearance process seamless, rather than the high-risk clients who have to go through mandatory checks, maybe 100% verification and all that. And there are several other benefits.
Currently, there are 96 AEOs who are responsible for more than 41% of the volumes of our international trade operations. With new changes and advancement in technology and improved transparency, faster trade facilitation, and linkages with other trade facilitation platforms in Uganda and the East African region at large, the institution upgraded from a SCUDA++ to a SCUDA World, which later facilitated the one-stop border points and the regional electronic cargo tracking systems.
We've seen even the volumes that come through greatly rise up because now there is faster clearance, a seamless flow of cargo, movement of goods as well, and the process is simplified. In that way, there's an increment in the volumes of goods and services that go through the border.
In 2014, URA saw a change in leadership. Doris Akwo, who was at the time Commissioner Legal, assumed the role of Commissioner General from Allen Kajina. Doris would go on to consolidate the modernization gains put in place during the Allen era. She later went on to launch the Uganda Electronic Single Window on the 4th of November 2016. Under her leadership, URA saw the blueprint of the digital tracking solution take shape in 2019. With 6 gazetted products, now 8, having their products affixed with digitally traceable tax stamps. The system would go on to help URA protect traders who have been struggling with unfair competition from smugglers and manufacturers of counterfeit products. On the 29th of March 2020, the URA Commissioner General, John Rujochi Musinguzi, was appointed to lead URA. John is so far leading the march towards the future with a new strategic direction, mission, vision, core values, client value proposition, and a tech-driven service delivery upgrade.
Kapo, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA a visit.
Why would
Carrying on from where his predecessor left off, the Commissioner General John R. Musinguzi launched Kakasa, a threefold business solution which includes IFRIS, DTS, and the Voluntary Disclosure Program. With 1 year in the books, under the leadership of John Musinguzi, URA has seen several efforts to facilitate tax education and outreach activities in support of the national agenda of domestic revenue mobilization, with the introduction of the auto conversion in customs processes, the Tujenge Uganda bus, a bus designed to offer mobile tax services, especially to remote areas that lack the proximal access to URA offices and electronic services, and the URA TV, a state-of-the-art online TV with a well-facilitated studio dubbed the URA Drift Studio. It is from this facility that URA is running programs lined up of 14 business-leaning sector-based tax education programs for taxpayers, as well as driving internal communication to achieve a shared understanding of the new direction for staff. These last 30 years have been a ride, and it would not have been possible without you, the people of Uganda. We promise to commit the next 30, 60, even 100 years to you, the people of Uganda, to serve with integrity, patriotism, and professionalism. We vow to never grow weary, nor tire, as we carry out this our mandate to liberate our country, Uganda, from economic independence. We are 30 years stronger.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
On 5th September.
That's my little angel Rose. Together with millions of other children, my daughter Rose is assured of learning something new every day. Moses, my husband, just like many other commercial farmers, has his business supported so he can provide for us. When my other little one was on the way, even with my pregnancy complications, it was a quick, smooth ride to Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital. Also, my new baby was able to make it through his first days with the help of specialized equipment thanks to the reliable electricity which has also been extended throughout the country. All this and more has been made possible because of you.
Join us and together let's do more for our country. Get your free tin at www.ura.go.ug.
Thank you for paying your taxes.
Uganda Revenue.
Namba bazimanyi, chiche bamanyi ku URA, ye bannange. Ngoberera nga tugenda maaso. Njagala kumanya tini chechi.
Tini namba ekyo kino bazze bakituyingizaamu naye ate tukitya. Kati tini namba eyo kubagerekera omusolo we batugamba. Tini eyamba gavumenti. Tini eyamba gavumenti. Nze tenyamba. Tini eyamba gavumenti nze tenyamba.
Tini cheki.
Tini. Pozingawo.
Tini namba ogimanyi?
Tini namba simanyi tini namba kikuba mumbuza tini namba.
Gomanyiza bika bimeka?
Mingi.
Aha, mpe bika byomanyi.
Tini namba kisinzira kuba olinza okuba ng'ogenda nga ku mobile money ne bakubuuza pin code. Olinza okuba ng'ogenda nga ku mobile money ne bakubuuza bingi bye babuuza. Na pin code like that. Ngazi pin code like that.
Tini ogimanyi?
Tini ngimanyi.
Tini erina mugaso ki?
Tini omugaso gwayo eyamba okusasulako emisolo n'ebirala.
Tini namba ogimanyi?
Ngimanyi.
Osubira tini namba erina mugaso ki?
Erina omugaso ekuyamba ku registeringa n'okumonitoringa bizinesi y'obwekola.
Amanya
Mutalema Robert.
Mutalema Robert. Wano okolawo omulimu ki wano?
Kale nkola omulimu wa mobile money.
Mobile money? Tini okimanyi?
Yes.
Tini kitegeeza ki?
Kale ebeera enamba eva mu URA yosuula ngamba ng'osasula omusolo kubanga nange niko omusolo.
Tini namba okimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi kuba ngiina kuba nina edduuka wano Kampala oyinza kuba na dduuka n'otaba na tini namba.
Osubira tini namba erina mugaso ki?
Tini namba batugamba sometimes oba otambuddeko ebweru oba like okukakasa nti oli mutuuze era ow'omusolo to the country olina okuba ne tini namba ng'omuntu.
Tini namba ogimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi.
Tini namba erina mugaso ki?
Tini namba eyambako ng'oyagala osasula emisolo like URA, oyagala okufuna number plate y'emmotoka wetagisa tini namba, oyagala okufuna driving license wetagisa tini namba ese.
Tini ngimanyi.
Tini erina mugaso ki?
Waliwo tini ekikebe, tini ennamba. Tini ennamba. Tini ngimanyi kale oba recognized nti osasula omusolo gwo bulungi nti tebakuziwaza mu bintu by'emisolo w'ebityo egambo oba straight mu bintu ebyokola.
Njagala kumanya tini kyeki?
Tini namba kwensasulira omusolo n'ekyekirala.
Gw'osuubira zirina mugaso ki tini namba ezo?
Tini namba zinooza nga identification oba identifyingira omuntu oba ayina bizinesi oba ayina kyakola.
Tini namba okimanyi?
Tini namba nkimanyi.
Kitegeeza ki?
Tini namba kitegeeza bw'oba olina tini namba katugambe oguze emotoka otumize emotoka kati bw'oba ogenda kusasula mu revenue olina okuba olina tini namba kugamba esobole okubeera n'omumanya go.
Kyesuubira tini namba tugiyize era tumanyi omugaso gwayo. Atagimanyi ayogedde byonna by'oyogedde. Okay, katufune answer etuufu okuva ew'abakugu. Tini namba n'emigaso gya tini namba teweerabira Bro Hassa, a boy from Kiboga has been my name. Comedy Tricks is where I come from. Don't forget, you can check there for more funny clips. And again, Balix, bebabadde ku nteekateeka y'okubanga kino ekintu kikutuukako wonna gye tutambulidde banaye mukulikeyo big up on Faisal on camera and Faisal my main producer bonna bikwasaganyizza. Banaye ndowooza tunaddamu mweraba.
Tini ye namba y'omusolo ekwawula ku muwi w'omusolo omulala. Era ng'ennamba eno esobola okuweebwa ng'omuntu sekinoomu individual oba ng'ekitongole katugeze olina ka business kakali eyo olina ekitongole ky'okoleramu kwegamba tugiwa omuntu sekinoomu n'omuntu atali sekinoomu. Era ennamba eno ebeera nnamba nga ya digiti 10 okugeza nga 1000, 22, 33, 47 kwegamba ebeerako ennamba 10. Era ng'ennamba eno ekwawula ku muwi w'omusolo omulala. Ate ekirala omuntu yanjagadde okumanya nti ekuyamba etya. Tini teyamba gavumenti yokka kukuŋŋaanya musolo okuva mu bantu oba ebitongole. Wabula naawe ng'omuntu ekuyamba okugeza. Ekuyambako okusasula omusolo ekyo nkyogedde. Ekuyambako nga osuubula ebintu okuva ebweru w'eggwanga ate n'okubitunda ebweru w'eggwanga okusobola okubikiriyalinga ne bibeera nga bisasula omusolo olina okuba nga olina tini. Ekirala ekuyambako bw'oba ng'osaba ttenda mu gavumenti kubanga waliwo abamu ku ffe ababeera nga twagala okukolera gavumenti emirimu ekuwadde akalimu oba weetaaga okubeera ng'olina tini lwa nsonga ti omuntu gavumenti gwewe okukolera emirimu oba ebitongole ebirala eby'enjawulo bikusaba okubeera ne kye tuyita tax clearance certificate ekukakasa nti gwe wawandiisibwa era emisolo gyo gisasula bulungi. so tini ekuyambako mu nkola eyo. Ekirala okukyusa obwannannyini ku bidduka. Waliwo bannaffe abatunda emmotoka zaabwe nga baziguza abantu abalala. Kizibu nnyo okukyusa emmotoka ensangi zino nga tolina tini. Kubanga oyingira mu tini yo mwennyini n'ogiteekamu n'oteekamu ne password yo. Noba ng'osobola okukyusa emmotoka eyo kuba emmotoka kati twazikyusa zawandiisibwa ku system si bye biri ebyedda ng'olina ekipapula kyebbali n'obeera ng'okikyusa n'okizeewo omuntu omulala. So tini ya mugaso nnyo.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
In chess, the small one can become the big one. It's the same here. And here too. Watch every move. Record every number so you can plan better. No matter the size of your dream, tomorrow's success belongs to those who keep today's records clean. File your returns today.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Kapo, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA visit.
Why would anyone visit URA? Of all places?
To know more about the Kakasa Business Solutions, namely digital tracking solution, the voluntary disclosure program and electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution, which have turned my business around. You know I need to be on top of my game to protect my empire. If you know, you know.
I too need to know what Kapo knows.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business. Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Wait, Abu, tunamaliliza. And what are you doing throwing papers all over the place?
I'm looking for an invoice for a sound system and cables that I received yesterday, but I can't find it.
You know there is a way of keeping all this in one place and available to you as and when you need it.
I really wish there was one, because the way these invoices grow legs and disappear.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Now how did it get there?
Tabo! Do you know that with EFRIS, you can stay on track of all your business transactions and improve on your record keeping?
How so?
Kati tuli ku computer with EFRIS. I just search using the fiscal document number and I retrieve the records I'm looking for. Bookkeeping becomes simple after that.
Kapo, awesome, yeah.
I began using URA's Kakasa Solutions and now I'm in charge of my business, and you can as well.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Wait, Abu, tunamaliliza. And what are you doing throwing papers all over the place?
I'm looking for an invoice for a sound system and cables that I received yesterday, but I can't find it.
You know there is a way of keeping all this in one place and available to you as and when you need it.
I really wish there was one, because the way these invoices grow legs and disappear.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Now how did it get there?
Tabo! Do you know that with EFRIS, you can stay on track of all your business transactions and improve on your record keeping?
How so?
Kati tuli ku computer with EFRIS. I just search using the fiscal document number and I began using URA's Kakasa Solutions and now I'm in charge of my business, and you can as well.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda.
Our humble beginnings take place in September 1991 with an amalgamation of 3 different departments in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Back then, the economy was just getting back onto its feet. Tax collection stood at 6.83% of the GDP, amounting to 180 billion Uganda shillings in the financial year 1991-1992. The URA senior management team, comprised of over 60% expatriate staff, and revenue collection depended majorly on cash-based systems. Over the years, we have developed more effective and automated means of revenue administrations, with 95% of URA's processes automated to mitigate corruption and position URA as a business enabler. Revenue collection has grown to 13% of GDP, amounting to 19.26 trillion Uganda shillings collected in the just concluded financial year 2020-2021. At 30 years old today, URA boasts of being an effective semi-autonomous body, providing revenue administration services, spanning the entire country and driving Uganda towards economic independence. We have a vision of mobilizing enough revenue to fund the national budget by 100%. We are 30 years stronger.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
On 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the Laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there. We were about 10 people in that office, all in one room. And then later, we shifted to Nakamba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate trade globally, Uganda ratified the Marrakesh Agreement in September 1994 to become a founding member of the World Trade Organization, which currently sits 164 member states. To replace sales tax between 12% to 30% and the commercial transaction levy, taxes on commercial transaction, VAT was introduced in Uganda at 17% for more people to contribute to tax indirectly. In the same year, on the global trade facilitation front, ASCUDA is introduced to Uganda. Entebbe Customs is the pilot site. Trade facilitation in Uganda is changed for good.
Technological transformation that really stood out, that I think really made the biggest change, is the introduction of the system for processing, that is the ASCUDA. It streamlined the way that processing of customs declaration is done. And now to see that TMU officers can sit in their offices and they just control goods in transit without having to run around with papers the way we used to do. That itself is a very, very big game changer.
With the effort to settle tax disputes between taxpayers and the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Tax Appeals Tribunal of Uganda was established by an Act of Parliament in 1997. However, TAT opens its doors to the public in May 1999. In the same year, the Income Tax Act 1997, Cap 340, comes into force commencing on 1st July 1997. The Act came into force to consolidate and amend the law relating to income tax and for other connected purposes. It has since been amended several times. On 29th June 1999, URA acquired a land lease title of Plot M193, Chinawataka Road, Nakawa Industrial Area. It is here that URA would later erect a state-of-the-art tower. In 2002-2003, Ms. Ann-Britt Asland replaces Mr. Rakakoko as the Commissioner General of URA. In the same financial year, Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde is given the keys to tackle corruption head-on. She leads a commission of inquiry that would later change the trajectory of the whole organization. On 1st July 2004, Allen Kajuna is given the mantle to transform URA as the URA Commissioner General, leading a cleansing and restructuring exercise that would put URA back on track following the successful completion of the 17-day inquiry. Allen would go on to lead URA into its renaissance period. Regardless of all the efforts, since the inception in 1991, customer satisfaction was low. Appropriate information was largely inaccessible, and taxpayers often had to make multiple visits to the URA office to complete a single transaction. To reduce long processing times, low accountability and transparency, Uganda Revenue Authority sought to become the most efficient revenue collector in East Africa. All this would change with the introduction of the e-tax portal.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I have been to these debates for quite since their inception, and I think they contribute quite a lot to the development of the youth, the recognition of the youth of their challenges, and recognition of the youth of what they have to do in order to impact on development. I will start off by being a commercial for Siatini. Now, Siatini was started in 1986. At that time, I was in Geneva. But when we went to the World Trade Organization negotiations, we found that Africans were not prepared. And I've been in material diplomacy for a long time. Now, the usual problem with the Africans, at that time, they don't prepare. You arrive in the meeting, a minister makes his statement, and he thinks his work is done. In actual place of material diplomacy is after the president or the minister have made their statements, the work really begins, the negotiations, and that's where Africa was ill-prepared. So very often you'd hear a minister makes a statement, comes here, he's on Radio Uganda or TV, and everybody would think he has made a contribution. But the most important thing is see what is the outcome of the declaration that has come out. Have the points you raised actually been encapsulated in that declaration? So we found that Africa was marginalized. It was not well prepared. So my mentor, Professor Yash Tandon, set about trying to how do you make Africa better participate in international negotiations, including this, what we're discussing. So it is that, in that mode that we started, Siatini was started, to try to build the capacity of Africans to be effective participants in the negotiations. It might sound to you like strange, but what I noted at that time, Africa signed on the what we call the Uruguay agreements, with all their implications, and it is after they had signed and approved the declaration, then they asked for capacity building to understand the agreements. And that's how we got to so Siatini was set up partly to address that problem, to build the capacity of Africans to be able to participate beneficially in the multilateral trading system and in trade negotiations. Now, so we, as Siatini Uganda here, our focus is to make people understand, build the capacity of people to understand and to participate in the development and to engage with the government in this aspect. When I look at you as the youth, the youth is the present and the future. You form a big proportion of of the population. And as you could see at the last election, everybody was scared what was the youth's program, what the agenda. And I think it's critical you understand the world agenda, the national agenda, and be able to influence it for your purposes. Everybody talks about sustainable development. That's building, that's encouraging development of the present, the future, and even the unborn generation. It will be taxation is one of those aspects can be used for that purpose. It might come to you as a surprise that Norway is a big producer of oil. But they don't use their oil money. They actually invest it for future generation. They think they are rich enough. They don't need that money for this present generation, but they invest it for future generations. That's the whole concept of sustainable development. Now, I have been at this discussion before, and I found them both educative to me and I think to the participants. The question is, what challenges do you have in taxation? And how can the youth address those challenges? How do you tax the people according to their means? And then the other question is the object of that expenditure. So in either case, I think as the youth, you are very keen to know and I hope we shall learn how we intend to fundamentally address the question of challenge of taxation and be able to participate, to influence government. The problem with government, I see in Uganda now, everybody talks about government at Yambe. But they sometimes forget government has to get money. And how do you get that money? You want to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and how can you give to Caesar equitably? In my youth, when I used to go, that time I was going from Hoima to Ontario school, I had to carry a student ID, otherwise you might be arrested for poll tax. Was that fair taxation? So many people would be either being on the road or something. So I think that's what we need to address today. What is the role of the youth? Why it is important to understand the taxation and to be sure that taxation is justly, there's a whole justice both in levying taxes and in the object of taxation. Because very often people say, what I said of government, people seem to think that government is doing you a favor. The government is not doing you a favor. It's your money. And how do you like that money to be utilized equitably to produce an equitable society? So those are my few remarks. I'm here to learn what you consider your challenges. You are the majority of the population. And the future is yours and your subsequent descendants. So how can you use taxation to ensure that you secure your future and your future children? So it is an equitable, we need to talk about equity about the present and the future generations. How can taxation address those issues? I'm now, for me, I'm all ears now to listen, to hear your views. But those are essentially my opening remarks. You will be expected, of course, to add the topics. I think you already have them. I don't have to expand on them. But the whole question is how to use taxation to raise resources equitably and how do you use those resources becomes which is the object, how do you use the resources, that they are not encumbered, but they actually contribute to equitable development between us and the future generation. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. How do we raise tax that is equitable across generations? A question for you all to think about, but one that I'm certain today's individuals and debaters who are the youth are most probably going to give us answers to, because there's surely a very intellectual lot that has prepared. They've been in the rooms, they've been through the rounds, and they're ready to get us those answers to many of the questions we have today. But while at it, I'd just like to remind you all that if you're tweeting about the event, if you're sharing on your socials, don't forget to use the hashtag UniTaxDebate21. I repeat the hashtag UniTaxDebate21 and Tax Justice UG. So let's take it to Twitter, let's take it to all the socials and let people know how we're talking about creating solutions towards tax justice, but also making it work across generations. Now, while we had the tournament happen on Tuesday, would like to share how it all went down and give a recap of everything that happened from the 24 teams that participated and the universities that came and gave their best during this online tournament. And to give us that recap of the tournament will be none other than Nathan Onyango from DSU. You're most welcome, Nathan.
Thank you, Collins. Good morning, everyone. You're welcome. For those who have been able to represent the rest who are not able to come. My name is Nathan Joseph Onyango, and I am part of Debate Society Uganda. Debate Society Uganda is a debate organization that was founded in 2016 to help use the skills of debate, speech, public speaking, in order to instill a culture of engagement and active participation of young people in the affairs that concern them. And so being part of a tax debate in partnership with the Siatini is really part of the work that we do. It's a membership-based organization with about close to 100 members, young people, professionals who are passionate about helping instill these values among young people. So that's who we are. This year, again, like other years before, we've been privileged to work with Siatini on this engagement. And we started off on Tuesday, where we had 24 teams from 12 universities around the country. The Tuesday event was virtual. It happened online, and I know that those of us who are here were part of it, and we just want to thank you for adapting. You know, somebody wrote in one of our conversations and said, technology cannot be fought. It just has, we all just have to adapt. And so it was one of, probably I would say, the most successful online tournament we have witnessed since we went into this lockdown state. So we want to thank the debaters and the partners for taking a chance on this approach, and I'm sure you know it worked well. So we started off with 12 universities. We did 3 rounds, and we were discussing a couple of motions. So I'll just read a few of some of our talking points. Some of the motions we debated through the rounds were a motion on moral obligation to pay or not pay unjust taxes. We also debated about whether the old should pay more tax than the young, and we're just looking at what some of the impact some of these taxes have on young people, among many other issues. And we are ready to continue these conversations today. I also want to add my voice to thanking the partners who have made this possible with us. Definitely Siatini for just being courageous, calling on us and working with us to make sure that this idea happens. We also want to thank URA, very special to us. We had a lot of URA members join as technical staff on the adjudication panels, providing very important information and feedback around tax issues to our debaters. And I'm sure that the semi-finalists and the finalists you see here today benefited a lot from the feedback that you provided. We also have partners like Oxfam, Action Aid. I am trying not to skip anybody. Yes, and the Africans Women's Development and Communication Network and the European Union. We like to just thank the partners, first of all, for believing that debate is a very credible tool for advancing some of these values that we want to see the young people in society adopt. And we pray that you continue the same. And so that's a bit of the recap of what happened yesterday. And so we are here today to go through the semis and the finals. And what I would want to say also, in addition to that, is to congratulate the adjudicators from DSU. Yesterday, on Tuesday, we had about 30 of them participating in a virtual engagement, and we have about 9 who have come to help us through the semis and the finals, and we know that it will end well. We'll have 2 rounds, which will happen concurrently for the semi-finals, one in this room and one in the upper room. We ask that you can feel free to join, a few of you to join the second room and watch the second semi-final. As some of us stay here, we shall also select the winners in those semi-final debates to debate at the final. So that is our journey, and that is where we are at today. I think that will be all from me. I know that at a later time, I will invite the chief adjudicator for this tournament to read us the pairings and the teams which are in the semi-finals, and we'll move to our respective debates. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening, and thank you guys for being a tax compliant society. Good day.
Thank you very much, Nathan. All right, for the debaters, are you ready? Are your hearts still within your soul? If that even makes sense. But the pressure is on, but that also means that the quality of debate that we expect you to give is going to be the best. And the time is now, the time is here. For those who have been waiting to see what debate has to offer and what the top 4 teams look like, now is probably going to be the time for that. But again, reminding you all, don't forget to share the hashtag while you're tweeting UniTaxDebate21, Tax Justice UG. So at this very point, I am going to take this opportunity to call upon the news bearer, or the person who is going to break hearts of some of the debaters. Our chief adjudicator for the tournament, Emmanuel Luaga, will be coming to this stage to give us the semi-final pairings. You're most welcome, Emmanuel.
Yes, so good morning. I am Emmanuel Luaga. Thank you very much, Nathan, for giving us a very good recap of what happened in our tournament during the preliminary rounds. I'll just go ahead and give you the 4 top teams, and then I'll give you a pairing for the semi-final, and then the adjudicators that are going to be in all those rooms. Our 4 top teams are Makerere University, Kyambogo University, Gulu University, and the Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Our pairing for the semi-final is, in room 1, which is this particular room, we'll have Kyambogo versing Makerere University. In the affirmative, debating for the resolution will be Kyambogo University, and in the negative, which is debating against the resolution, will be Makerere University. The judges for this particular room are Tabitha Namone, Brandon Katura. Gulu University versus the Mbara University of Science and Technology. Debating for the resolution in the affirmative is Gulu University, and debating against the resolution in the negative is Mbara University of Science and Technology. The judges for that particular room are Mercy Awino, Collins Mbula Chalo, Andrew Chakomie, and leading that panel, who will be the chair of that panel, is Nathan Onyango. The resolution for our semi-final. The resolution for our semi-final is resolved. This House supports a tax-free internet access. Resolved. This House supports a tax-free internet access. May the best team win. As we move to our rooms, please let's move to our rooms right now so that we can start off the semi-final. As you move, please help yourself to a cup of tea, the debaters and any other person, so that you can be able to sip on one. That is, if you'll be able to. Thank you very much. May the best team win again.
On 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the Laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there. We were about 10 people in that office, all in one room. And then later, we shifted to Nakamba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate trade globally, Uganda ratified the Marrakesh Agreement in September 1994 to become a founding member of the World Trade Organization, which currently seats 164 member states. To replace sales tax between 12% to 30% and the commercial transaction levy, taxes on commercial transaction, VAT was introduced in Uganda at 17% for more people to contribute to tax indirectly. In the same year, on the global trade facilitation front, Askuda is introduced to Uganda. Entebbe Customs is the pilot site. Trade facilitation in Uganda is changed for good.
Technological transformation that really stood out, that I think really made the biggest change, is the introduction of the system for processing, that is the Asikuda. It streamlined the way that processing of customs declaration is done. And now to see that TMU officers can sit in their offices and they just control goods in transit without having to run around with papers the way we used to do. That itself is a very, very big game changer.
With the effort to settle tax disputes between taxpayers and the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Tax Appeals Tribunal of Uganda was established by an Act of Parliament in 1997. However, TAT opens its doors to the public in May 1999. In the same year, the Income Tax Act 1997, Cap 340, comes into force commencing on 1st July 1997. The Act came into force to consolidate and amend the law relating to income tax and for other connected purposes. It has since been amended several times. On 29th June 1999, URA acquired a land lease title of Plot M193, Chinawataka Road, Nakawa Industrial Area. It is here that URA would later erect a state-of-the-art tower. In 2002-2003, Ms. Ann-Britt Asland replaces Mr. Rakakoko as the Commissioner General of URA. In the same financial year, Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde is given the keys to tackle corruption head-on. She leads a commission of inquiry that would later change the trajectory of the whole organization. On 1st July 2004, Allen Kajuna is given the mantle to transform URA as the URA Commissioner General, leading a cleansing and restructuring exercise that would put URA back on track following the successful completion of the 17-day inquiry. Allen would go on to lead URA into its renaissance period. Regardless of all the efforts, since the inception in 1991, customer satisfaction was low. Appropriate information was largely inaccessible, and taxpayers often had to make multiple visits to the URA office to complete a single transaction. To reduce long processing times, low accountability and transparency, Uganda Revenue Authority sought to become the most efficient revenue collector in East Africa. All this would change with the introduction of the e-tax portal. URA started the Authorized Economic Operator Program way back in 2009, kicking off the project to implement a unique program that offers a triangulated compromise between compliance, facilitation, and control.
AUO categorizes clients based on risk. So low-risk traders are given benefits in terms of simplified procedures. And so they will go through the clearance process seamless, rather than the high-risk clients who have to go through mandatory checks, maybe 100% verification and all that. And there are several other benefits.
Currently, there are 96 AEOs who are responsible for more than 41% of the volumes of our international trade operations. With new changes and advancement in technology and improved transparency, faster trade facilitation, and linkages with other trade facilitation platforms in Uganda and the East African region at large, the institution upgraded from a SCUDA++ to a SCUDA World, which later facilitated the one-stop border points and the regional electronic cargo tracking systems.
We've seen even the volumes that come through greatly rise up because now there is faster clearance, a seamless flow of cargo, movement of goods as well, and the process is simplified. In that way, there's an increment in the volumes of goods and services that go through the border.
In 2014, URA saw a change in leadership. Doris Akwo, who was at the time Commissioner Legal, assumed the role of Commissioner General from Allen Kajino. Doris would go on to consolidate the modernization gains put in place during the Allen era. She later went on to launch the Uganda Electronic Single Window on the 4th of November 2016. Under her leadership, URA saw the blueprint of the digital tracking solution take shape in 2019. With 6 gazetted products, now 8, having their products affixed with digitally traceable tax stamps, the system would go on to help URA protect traders who have been struggling with unfair competition from smugglers and manufacturers of counterfeit products. On the 29th of March 2020, the URA Commissioner General, John Rujochi Musinguzi, was appointed to lead URA. John is so far leading the march towards the future with a new strategic direction, mission, vision, core values, client value proposition, and a tech-driven service delivery upgrade.
Kapo, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA visit.
Why would
Carrying on from where his predecessor left off, the Commissioner General John R. Musinguzi launched Kakasa, a threefold business solution which includes IFRIS, DTS, and the Voluntary Disclosure Program. With 1 year in the books, under the leadership of John Musinguzi, URA has seen several efforts to facilitate tax education and outreach activities in support of the national agenda of domestic revenue mobilization, with the introduction of the auto conversion in customs processes, the Tujenge Uganda bus, a bus designed to offer mobile tax services, especially to remote areas that lack the proximal access to URA offices and electronic services, and the URA TV, a state-of-the-art online TV with a well-facilitated studio dubbed the URA Drift Studio. It is from this facility that URA is running programs lined up of 14 businesses. 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the Laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there. We were about 10 people in that office, all in one room. And then later, we shifted to Nakaba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate trade globally, Uganda ratified the Marrakesh Agreement in September 1994 to become a founding member of the World Trade Organization, which currently seats 164 member states. To replace sales tax between 12% to 30% and the commercial transaction levy, taxes on commercial transaction, VAT was introduced in Uganda at 17% for more people to contribute to tax indirectly. In the same year, on the global trade facilitation front, a SCUDA is introduced to Uganda. Entebbe Customs is the pilot site. Trade facilitation in Uganda is changed for good.
Technological transformation that really stood out, that I think really made the biggest change, is the introduction of the system for processing, that is the ASICUDA. It streamlined the way that processing of customs declaration is done. And now to see that TMU officers can sit in their offices and they just control goods in transit without having to run around with papers the way we used to do. That itself is a very, very big game changer.
With the effort to settle tax disputes between taxpayers and the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Tax Appeals Tribunal of Uganda was established by an Act of Parliament in 1997. However, TAT opens its doors to the public in May 1999. In the same year, the Income Tax Act 1997, Cap 340, comes into force commencing on 1st July 1997. The Act came into force to consolidate and amend the law relating to income tax and for other connected purposes. It has since been amended several times. On 29th June 1999, URA acquired a land lease title of Plot M193, Chinawataka Road, Nakawa Industrial Area. It is here that URA would later erect a state-of-the-art tower. In 2002-2003, Ms. Ann-Britt Asland replaces Mr. Rakakoko as the Commissioner General of URA. In the same financial year, Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde is given the keys to tackle corruption head-on. She leads a commission of inquiry that would later change the trajectory of the whole organization. On 1st July 2004, Allen Kajuna is given the mantle to transform URA as the URA Commissioner General, leading a cleansing and restructuring exercise that would put URA back on track following the successful completion of the 17-day inquiry. Allen would go on to lead URA into its renaissance period. Regardless of all the efforts, since the inception in 1991, customer satisfaction was low. Appropriate information was largely inaccessible, and taxpayers often had to make multiple visits to the URA office to complete a single transaction. To reduce long processing times, low accountability and transparency, Uganda Revenue Authority sought to become the most efficient revenue collector in East Africa. All this would change with the introduction of the e-tax portal. URA started the Authorized Economic Operator Program way back in 2009, kicking off the project to implement a unique program that offers a triangulated compromise between compliance, facilitation, and control.
AUO categorizes clients based on risk. So low-risk traders are given benefits in terms of simplified procedures, and so they will go through the clearance process seamless rather than the high-risk clients who have to go.
Currently, there are 96 AEOs who are responsible for more than 41% of the volumes of our international trade operations. With new changes and advancement in technology and improved transparency, faster trade facilitation, and linkages with other trade facilitation platforms in Uganda and the East African region at large, the institution upgraded from a SCUDA++ to a SCUDA World, which later facilitated the one-stop border points and the regional electronic cargo tracking systems.
We've seen even the volumes that come through greatly rise up because now there is faster clearance, a seamless flow of cargo, movement of goods as well, and the process is simplified. In that way, there's an increment in the volumes of goods and services that go through the border.
In 2014, URA saw a change in leadership. Doris Akwo, who was at the time Commissioner Legal, assumed the role of Commissioner General from Allen Kajuna. Doris would go on to consolidate the modernization gains put in place during the Allen era. She later went on to launch the Uganda Electronic Single Window on the 4th of November 2016. Under her leadership, URA saw the blueprint of the digital tracking solution take shape in 2019. With 6 gazetted products, now 8, having their products affixed with digitally traceable tax stamps, the system would go on to help URA protect traders who have been struggling with unfair competition from smugglers and manufacturers of counterfeit products. On the 29th of March 2020, the URA Commissioner General, John Rujochi Musinguzi, was appointed to lead URA. John is so far leading the march towards the future with a new strategic direction, mission, vision, core values, client value proposition, and a tech-driven service delivery upgrade.
Couple, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA visit.
Why would
Carrying
anyone
on from
visit?
where his predecessor left off, the Commissioner General John R. Musinguzi launched Kakasa, a threefold business solution which includes IFRIS, DTS, and the Voluntary Disclosure Program. With 1 year in the books, under the leadership of John Musinguzi, URA has seen several efforts to facilitate tax education and outreach activities in support of the national agenda of domestic revenue mobilization, with the introduction of the auto conversion in customs processes, the Tujenge Uganda bus, a bus designed to offer mobile tax services, especially to remote areas that lack the proximal access to URA offices and electronic services, and the URA TV, a state-of-the-art online TV with a well-facilitated studio dubbed the URA Drift Studio. It is from this facility that URA is running programs lined up of 14 business-leaning sector-based tax education programs for taxpayers, as well as driving internal communication to achieve a shared understanding of the new direction for staff. These last 30 years have been a ride, and it would not have been possible without you, the people of Uganda. We promise to commit the next 30, 60, even 100 years to you, the people of Uganda, to serve with integrity, patriotism, and professionalism. We vow to never grow weary, nor tire, as we carry out this our mandate to liberate our country, Uganda, from economic independence. We are 30 years stronger.
Yes, so we want to welcome you to this round of debate, semi-final. The first affirmative speaker, can you just state the resolution? Paul?
Okay, the motion is this House supports tax-free internet access.
Okay, you have the same, the negative team.
This House supports the tax-free internet access.
You guys have the same resolution. Okay, so we have the first affirmative speaker.
Okay, just give me a few seconds. Okay. Panel, this debate is about four things. The first thing, this debate is about the viability of a tax-free internet access as it exists. But secondly, it's about establishing the intrinsic benefits that youths literally benefit when we initiate a tax-free internet access. The third thing, it's about how the tax regulatory body entirely benefits. And the fourth and final thing, it's about how it promotes betterment for developing countries in regards to this debate. So firstly, we need to understand what necessarily entails tax-free internet access. We say that there might be a vast existence in definitions of how it is, but we say that primarily it has one thing. That's to say that it means there is no tax whatsoever to how one literally has the capacity to access internet. That means we need to address the question of how then do people access internet. We say it is in two forms. The first thing is by means of web browsers. That's to say by individuals literally using web browsers to access internet. But secondly, it's by means of social media platforms that these people literally use to access those internet that are existing. The third thing to say is that the problem that exists with the status quo is basically three things. The first thing is that there is an increase in the data charges that are intrinsically on anyone who literally wants to access that internet. But the second thing is that there is complexity in the tax space. That's to say, in terms of like new platforms that are intrinsically not being taxed. Why? Because they are not entirely known as of yet. But thirdly, is because it is in one way or another discriminatory taxation. That's to say, you're entirely only premising it on the big texts that are existing and you're leaving out the other texts. This necessarily means that it is one that does not fundamentally stand for the principles of taxation. That's to say, fairness and some form of transparency that is entirely necessary. As substantive, firstly,
on that point,
on the principle. Firstly, on the principle, we say that our side provides leeway for accessibility in two ways. The first thing is that it promotes adoption of an online means of marketing. That's to say that it acts as an incentive to initially bring out digital marketing as a means of business individuals or people coming on board. This means that you tap into other sectors that are entirely being left out of the system of this kind of initiative. The second thing we say is that it promotes a more sustainable tax base. That's to say, the mere fact that you're promoting accessibility to individuals, it means that the tax base widens. Why? Because you're literally bringing more people on board. But secondly, you're tapping into a sector that was entirely left out, that I'll explain later. The importance that you get from this specific argument is that you induce the informal sector to come on board. The mere fact that you induce it by means of providing them with free access to internet, we think that plays better for them. The second thing is that it observes the necessity for an entirely digital economy. That's to say, in the 21st century where businesses are becoming more profound on internet, it means that there is necessity then to address the taxation in regards to that. We think that the existing status quo in terms of like how it is, we say it does not necessarily address that. That means we need an alternative that is more viable for that. The basic response that you might get from opposition is that there is some form of vulnerability of internet. We concede to that. But we say that the criminal justice system exists entirely to ensure that it curtails anyone who literally deters or compromises the existence of those laws. That's to say, people literally doing things that are illegal. That's to say, like internet piracy and so on and so forth. We think that entirely is bad and necessarily makes the criminal justice system to exist. Your PI, please.
Thank you. So very many people in the gig economy today are running businesses online. That is primarily an informal sector. Your argument seems to be that we are bringing them on board. How precisely is that happening?
Okay, it's not necessarily true that many people who are running businesses online are only informal. No, we think that it entails all of them, and I'll explain that later. The second thing we say is on how it fundamentally promotes inclusivity of various sectors. This addresses their case. That's to say, in terms of like the youth initiatives that are existing. We think that our side initially provides this. Why? Because it promotes creativity. Why? Because the mere fact that you're providing access for individuals, it means that the youths who literally obtain some form of information from online still have the capacity to access that. This goes a long way to then maintain that creativity that is entirely necessary or that by default is part of the youths. The importance that you obtain from this is that firstly, you promote self-employment of these individuals. So you directly address the issue of the unemployment, increasing unemployment patterns of the youths. But the second thing is that you address the idleness of most youths that makes them more vulnerable to political insurgencies, but also to unproductive means. At the point where you address that by means of supporting free internet access, we think that goes a long way. The third thing I'm going to do, I'm going to be explaining how tax-free internet access is way better. We said two things. The first thing is that it is friendly to the context of developing countries. Because realize that the context of developing countries is that it is largely informal. That means you need to bring people on board who are largely informal to bring them on board. That literally brings in an alternative, which I'll expound on. That's to say, we entirely tax incomes of companies based on their transactions. But secondly, we say, in terms of like how explaining tax-free internet access, why it's better, we say on the nature of people who literally use internet access. We say that there are two things. The first thing is on the literacy. We say that it entails the literate people, but it also the illiterate people. That's to say, the mere fact that you're providing these people to access it, it means you will still be able to tap into those people. But the third thing is that it also entails the sectors. That's to say, the formal and the informal sector that he tries to bring out. At the point where we still address that, then we think we play better. So how then do we benefit as a tax body? And this basically brings in our alternative. We say that the alternative that we provide in terms of tax incomes of companies based on transactions primarily means that it can be done through establishing a fully compliant and staffed tax compliance department. We think this goes a long way to then ensure that you tax both the informal and the formal sector. But the second thing, the importance that you get from this is that you minimize the bureaucratic tendencies that entirely exist in like tax bodies. That's to say, in terms of like the complexity of the tax base, but also the problems that literally exist. But secondly, is that you mobilize the funds to address the debt burden that the state is entirely having. At the point where you mobilize funds entirely, we think that's beneficial. Why? Because at the point where people can access it, it means you have a huge tax base, and that's better for people. The fifth thing to say is on why we think that on their side, not supporting free internet tax is bad. Two things. The first thing is that their side limits the potential tax base. Why? Because firstly, they compromise the affordability, or they do not put into consideration the affordability of people who are largely illiterate. The second thing is that the nature of developing countries necessarily means they are largely informal. That means their side entirely is premised entirely on something that actually does not bring into realization of the informal sector. The second thing we say is that there is necessity to maintain, the status quo is bad for two things. The first thing, it's not a reflection of the populace, that's to say one that's dominated by the youths. But secondly, is that it limits other sectors actually coming on, but in terms of taxation. So the mere fact that it limits that, we think that's problematic. The sixth thing to say, in terms of like the impacts that you get on our side, we say that firstly, you promote a more realistic tax base. Why? Because it's now taxing both the informal and the formal sector. The reason you're taxing them is because you've promoted leeway for accessibility. The second thing is that our tax entirely is one that is general. At the point where it's general, we think that's beneficial. The third thing is that you limit tax leakages and the problems that come with tax leakages, and the mere fact that you limit those things, then it's problematic. We are proud to propose.
Thank you very much, the first affirmative speaker. May we have the first negative speaker here?
The negative side thinks that you had a lot of claims, and it is important for this debate to start again. Panel, think of taxation this way, that traditionally what we had was that an individual would get their capital, investment capital, and invest it, and they would have to pay things like rental tax, they would have to pay things like property tax, but also you had things like delivery services where you had to purchase fuel, and therefore consequently, government would still get a tax on things like fuel. What you have in the new world, because of human ingenuity and invention, you have a whole new world that exists in space, not on land. That new world that exists in space is called internet. Is called internet, right? Currently, what you have in this new world is that what was a shop where you would charge rental tax, etc., has become a website, and what was for transport and what you spent on transport has become a search engine. Most of the developed countries had already gotten to this new world called internet, and those who were lagging behind have been forced by COVID-19 to adapt to that particular world. The question, therefore, in this debate is that do we tax the new big booming ground of space, or do we continue to tax only the shrinking space? Panel, we tell you that there is a new world where everyone is shifting, and for government to increase its tax base, they must shift and tax this new space in which business currently operates. 3 things you're going to get from the negative side. 1, we shall show you how you increase the tax base, consequently increasing the taxable revenue. 2, we shall deal with the idea of access to, we shall deal with the idea of why we need to tax digital multinational companies. And thirdly, we shall tell you why from our side you're able to bridge the idea of income inequality. But before I go on, let's first deal with their premises and points, some sort of rebuttal. They seem to characterize in such a way that access to social media platforms is equal to access to internet. We think that that is wrong characterization. We think that when President Museveni closes Facebook, it does not necessarily amount to closure or limitation of internet access. We think internet access has to do with having to access the internet space. We think access to a social media platform is not necessarily access to internet. Therefore, we think characterizations that take in place, things like OTT, are misplaced. We seek to debate that the new 12% tax that has been put to access of information. But secondly, that the particular claims that are substantiated that we hear, things like access to information, we think like that sounds much of patriotic and libertarian, but does not make economic sense. Why? The idea of taxation is a social construct, where you have to trade off particular comfort to be able to get essential goods, especially having to get a trickle down to the most people who need essential services. That is to say that when you say that we don't tax internet because people don't access information, it is wrong. We tell you largely things like paying subscription for DSTV, things like paying tax on radio, those are things that essentially limit access to information. But the idea is that citizens must be able to pay this tax for government to have revenue, for them to have it as a means to have things like resource distribution or provision of essential services, which essentially boost other rights like right to education, right to health, etc. But secondly, it is important to understand that in the vast majority of cases like Uganda, where we have had this tax, we have an exemption on particular sites, like medical sites, like education platforms, which takes into perspective the idea that these essentialities must be catered for. The other thing you had, which does not really make sense, was the idea that when we tax internet, you limit the tax base because these individuals are not going to be able to formalize, for example, registration. We tell you that access to internet and registration are not related. We tell you that largely, that the informal sector comprises of people who use internet, and still in current status quo, when we tax people who, for example, sell shoes on internet, etc., we still get that particular tax from our side. But let's go to the most important debate, the substantive. How do we increase tax base from our side? We tell you that largely what you have in status quo is that individuals are able, like on both sides of our government, you're able to get corporate tax. But the difference here, that these individuals who use internet don't pay things like property tax, they don't pay fuel, they lay off people like receptionists, like drivers, because there is no need for these operational costs. What that is that you're going to incentivize people in the business world to shift from physical, fixed assets to go on the internet where they don't meet these operational costs. What that means, therefore, is that people are disincentivized from these spaces which are taxable, and they go on the internet, which means you shrink the space from which these bodies are able to get things from these other taxes, like rental tax, like property tax, like even tax on sales, like oil, or like petrol, etc. That is very important. Our second point was the need to tax digital multinational companies. The perfect example we give you is the OECD companies policy on charging a global minimum tax, or corporate tax on multinational companies. This is how it works. What you have in the status quo is that multinational companies like Facebook, like Google, etc., do not pay taxes to the countries in which we operate, and largely the countries which benefit from them are the host countries. Right? What we are telling you currently is that for these companies to operate within our internet space as a country, to access that internet, they should be able to pay for internet access in that particular world. It is like a new shift. Why do we think this is going to succeed? Because it has already been experimented in the OECD countries, where when you have 130 people who represent 90% of the economy being part of the discussion and pending passing of that policy in October. We think that general goodwill exists in the current status quo for countries, even those who don't host these multinational companies, to benefit from these companies like Facebook, which operate within the internet space. They should be able to pay internet space as internet users. Understand that this is diametrically opposite to the idea that people have to pay internet to access these Facebook and Twitter. The new inversion here is that these companies also get to pay taxes for accessing or operating within our space. We think
to tax these spaces. It is not enough because we don't have internet in these villages, but even when they wanted to access them, they are taxed and therefore very high, dear panel. And therefore, that is not the time for us to tax the internet, and I will tell you that in my alternative. We also talk about the pay for all workers and not just taxing the internet for you to get money. If your problem is people being underpaid, then the problem should be minimum payment, dear panel. And also you talk about Google, that you'd rather tax Google to come into your country other than you'd rather tax Google other than tax Google. But if Google doesn't feel the importance to be in Uganda because population is small, dear panel, and also it doesn't earn a lot, it doesn't lose anything if it doesn't operate in Uganda, then it will not come. What does that mean, panel? What does that mean? It will mean that there will be limited access to the education sector and all other sectors, dear panel. It is a cost-benefit analysis here, and we think they fail on that particular ground. They talk about income inequality. I have already explained to you how their point does not play in the debate. But in a POI, Eduro asked that is your argument that the level of informal sector by tax that you tax the internet? They say that let's tax they say the whole argument says that, let's tax the internet and leave away the informal sector. That you see there's already informal sector and it's a lot of hard work, dear panel, and that is laziness from their side. They say that instead of taxing the informal sector, which is already too big, and there's a lot of irregularities, let's just tax the space in which they operate. And we feel that is flawed. Why is that flawed, dear panel? We feel it is flawed because there will be a lot of income that is earned from these informal sectors because they are not registered anyway. And also that means the government will not be getting enough from them. What do we bring to this? We tell you our alternative, which stands in this house, that you would rather have taxes on incomes that occur from the transactions online, dear panel, that you would rather tax this transaction other than access to internet itself. We tell you that the problem is that the biggest burden on these taxes, that there are a lot of taxes that people have to deal with here in Uganda, which they are not known to, that you have to pay income tax, you have to pay VAT, you have to pay all these taxes, and also show you how it plays into income inequality, that when you have very many taxes, when you calculate the Gini coefficient of Uganda, dear panel, it ranges from 0.3 to 0.4, dear panel. But after taxation, which includes the internet taxation that they want to add to the very many that are there, it brings it to a 0.9 per panel. That means that there's gross inequality after taxation, dear panel, and we therefore feel there's a great need to scrap some of these taxes given reasons that we present to you. That it is also against the role of taxation. The role of taxation is to have income inequality. Even when they choose to explain to us their income inequality, it doesn't play to us how better, we give you a better alternative, how we get income equality from our side. We tell you that when you get income equality, when you tax the informal sector, when you mobilize and have a fully compliant tax regulatory staff, dear panel, compliance staff, it will mean that you will tax more the informal sector, that you will bring it on board and you will tax all their activities. And that would mean that the education sector will be protected, it will mean tourism will be protected, it would mean the health sector will be protected and not just exemptions. What happens to then to someone if they don't qualify to get an exemption on their education sector, dear panel? It therefore means their option does not play in this house. What do we also tell you? That with the rising illiteracy levels in this country, dear panel, there is gross need to have the internet accessed freely, dear panel, that we are having with the COVID-19 pandemic, which they present and do not analyze properly, that most people have dropped out of school. If there was free internet access and not the 12% that is currently there, that hindering students from attending this school, we would therefore mean that the literacy level will rise. What does that mean? That when you have more people literate, it would mean that the economic, their levels of income will increase. Furthermore, you will bridge the income inequality that they bring to this house. So we are solving the problem of income inequality through access to education and all other sectors. We also tell you in our speech that in June 2019, the Ugandan burden was 60.1 trillion. And that means that if you have the informal sector, and they are not aware of the fact that the informal sector does not comprise of only the micro, medium, and small enterprises. We are also having the high net worth individuals in the informal sector, dear panel. High net worth individuals means that they operate big companies, but because of tax exemptions, because of tax incentives, they also go away without paying, dear panel. We feel that if those gaps are bridged, we would rather have a revenue base that is their problem, but also we would solve more issues of this country that they bring to this debate. The problems of education, the problems of health, and the like, dear panel. We tell you that among the 40 million Ugandans that are living here, 42 million, it's only 2 million that are paying the burden of taxes. And why is it? Because of the many taxes that are existent there that makes people run away from the formal sector to the informal sector. We tell you that if you can have many people in this, if you can have the formal sector to a greater number of persons, it would therefore mean that the burden of taxes would therefore be cut. That if you want to have services provided to the people, why don't you have more people paying in the right way than having a space where they would operate properly removed from them because they cannot access you? We tell you that Uganda is a third world country, like we premised this debate, and therefore it's not the time to have this space taxed. We need to give them space and time to adopt to the same, have them on board, then later, when all these issues are solved, then we can think of having this tax space. But even when we would think of having this space taxed, it would mean that it wouldn't give us enough benefits as us having the informal sector shifted to the formal sector, because then we're having more revenue than they seem to bring to this house. I submit.
Thank you very much, second affirmative speaker. May we have the second speaker here.
Thank you. Before I begin, might I ask how many minutes we are speaking for? 8. Okay. Chair, traditionally what we had was a company establishing premises in several parts in the country and meeting very many tax obligations in doing so. Today what we have, as has been aptly characterized by Lowell, is a space that is growing online in which a significant majority of these taxes are no longer paid. What does this look like in practice? Consider this scenario. Traditionally, if you had a company that has managing directors in several parts across the country, for example, Stanbic Bank, for them to have an annual general meeting at any time during the year, those managers would have to come to Kampala and attend that meeting. In doing so, firstly, they would buy fuel, and in doing so contribute a certain amount to tax. Secondly, they would stay in a hotel and therefore again contribute to the boosting of the incomes of these services, and as a result contribute again in part to tax. Today what you have is a situation where these people can merely run a meeting on Zoom, give everyone 100,000 as a data allowance, and none of these taxes is paid. Essentially what you have are companies that have been able to reduce on the amounts that they, on their operating expenses by shifting their business models online. What Team Affirmative is telling you is, look, these companies still have places across the country. While we think that is true, what generally happens is these companies have an incentive to reduce on the number of physical premises that they need to maintain in order to maintain their business operations. What that means is you no longer need to have very many branches in very many parts of the country. People can work from home, so you don't need to establish an office everywhere. People can work from separate locations, and there's just no necessity to do that. What that technically means is you lose out on all those several forms of tax. Lowell painted for you a picture of how this directly buys into the idea of income inequality. I will get back to that a little bit. Let's just deal a little bit in rebuttal. Listening to Team Affirmative, you may be convinced that the 12% tax that has been imposed is so bad that people are no longer having access to internet. First, there's no data to support that conclusion. But let us presuppose that that argument should be tenable. Look at it this way. While it is true that companies such as Leica Mobile, for example, changed the cost of their data bundle from 10,000 to 15,000, the cost of Airtel data, 100 MBs, is still 600 shillings. My paka. MTN, you will still get data at the same price. There's just no real data that demonstrates that internet prices have increased so significantly because of the 12% that people are just not accessing internet. The truth of the matter is a significant majority of the internet prices since the institutionalization of the 12% have remained as they are. Is it true that a mega bundle, say for Rock Telecom, has increased by about 40,000 shillings? Yes, we think that is true. Do we think that is justified? Of course it is. Why? Because this company has been able to cut on its operating costs, and it's only fair that by shifting their business online, they're able to pay an amount in taxes. Look at it practically. If a company no longer needs to transport its managing directors to Kampala for a meeting, and they can have the meeting online, is it fair that for that addition, they should pay 40,000 in taxes? Look at it comparatively. Which side has given the company a better deal? The truth of the matter is the online shift has been beneficial to them, and this tax is something that's principally justified. We think that that argument is not something that we should hold. Let us then deal with the argument about the illiterate and literate, because this is something that has resounded from their side, right? What we think is important to point out is that the people that are running businesses online are actually not illiterate people. We think that that characterization is false, right? The people that are running businesses online are typically the elite. So either they have an education, or typically they have had the capacity to shift their operations online. What that means in practice is that a vast majority of companies have actually in Charlie Wajara, who does not have a smartphone, cannot shift their business online. Me in Kampala, that has the skill in grilling meat, can market myself online and have access to a vast majority of people. What that means is I earn more money, I earn greater income, but that income is not taxed at all. It's not taxed in any way. First, because the government just does not know that I run this business, right? Team government is telling us that, look, we're going to increase the tax base because we're going to bring in the informal sector. This is not true. How are you going to trace that a Doru received a WhatsApp message to go and grill meat for someone at a function and was paid 300,000? There's no way you can do that. There's just no practical way to follow up on the amounts of money that are being earned by people in today's hustle economy, where you receive a phone call, you go, you do the work for today, it's a short-term contract, you earn money, you go with it home. The only way that the government can profit from the income that I am earning for the exchange of this service is by taxing me at the point where I buy internet. We think that that, again, is entirely justified. Therefore, is it possible for us to trace the transactions that are going place in these online businesses? No. These things are largely informal. There's just no way we are going to find that out. What is the only way that we can benefit from these incomes? We should go for. What we also think is important to understand is that what we think will happen in the long term, we cannot really guarantee. But what we think, and I've demonstrated to you, will happen in the short term, is that businesses that have not yet been able to shift to digital spaces are going to be grossly outcompeted because of the price advantages that those that run online businesses have. How is all this linked back to the necessity to tax the internet? The argument that these people do not have the ability to pay is just false, right? We think that a person who can earn 50,000 from doing a gig somewhere is not going to complain because they have paid 1,000 shillings to earn to buy a data bundle. We don't think that the argument of capacity to pay is something that should hold in this debate. We also think that because of the impracticability of following these businesses, and because the only way the government can ever benefit from these incomes is by taxing them at the point they buy internet, it's entirely legitimate that we have a tax on this internet. That's something that's principally okay. Pano, I will conclude by answering to the question of whether digital multinationals benefit from operating in the country, because Sharon believes that they do not. We don't think that's true. We think that companies like Google, companies like Facebook actually have an incentive to benefit here. That's why there was outrage when Twitter was banned from Nigeria. That's why there was outrage when Facebook was blocked in Uganda. So we think that that outrage...
The affirmative speaker. We have an speaker to come and give his speech here.
I think I'm audible here, right? Just give me a few seconds to get my notes in order, and I'll let you guys know when I'm starting. Starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This house supports a tax-free internet access. Panel, we live in a changing world, right? We live in an economy where everybody is trying to get online. We live in a place, in a market that is based on third world deficit, right? That we need a better GDP per capita to be able to be ranked above the likes of China. The only way we're going to access it is if, one, we're going to ensure that internet accessibility is free. What our entire opposition tells us today is that, you know what, let us go ahead and tax somebody who is making cakes because she's going to make profits. Now, we came out here and we gave you accessibility. What accessibility meant by Paul was one thing. If we're going to be taxing somebody basing on the income that they've been able to make, it is much more justifiable. Why? Because we do not know if Mama Najimu is actually making 90,000 or she's actually making 10,000. That is the fairness of taxation policies, right? But still, second and foremost, we need to understand that in the current status quo that we live, where most of the informal sector is trying to get into bargain, we understand that first, they do not have any knowledge about taxation. So if Uganda Revenue Authority goes ahead and says that, you know what, we're going to be taxing the internet first, it means that most of the people are going to say that, okay, let's look for more alternatives to evade taxes, because that is a characteristic of third world countries, right? That we hustle so much, we look for alternatives that make us, one, not pay the taxes. So let's go through a few understandings. We are right now in a hotel that has a Facebook site, right? But they also pay taxes at a certain period of time. Understand that that is double taxation. One, that if they're going to be marketing and they're actually paying for the internet, then they're going to be taxed about it. Second and foremost, when the year comes to an end, they're going to be taxed about it. It means the likes of Africell that left the country will face a higher problem or a higher burden of actually providing better services to us. And we think that is a levy that we cannot stand about. Why? Because it causes plunder. So let's go through our case first and foremost. One, we showed you how you provide accessibility, and I've showed you how you have a better room for compliance. Why? Because you have access to markets, but second and foremost, you have an informal sector where we look for other avenues that are much more justifiable in order for us to give us. The impacts that come from our side is that first, you actually provide us and support the creation of impacts. The theme of today is actually looking at the youth and looking for better alternatives that can ensure that, one, they're able to grow their business ventures, ensure that they have employment, and they will not be crying out to governments. But the problem of today is, one, youth are unemployed, they are underemployed, they go online to start ventures, but you go ahead and tax them. So they say, you know what, it's okay. If I'm going to be making my cakes, I'll kill my Facebook account, but I'll still be making phone calls. I'll use word to mouth. So you're going to create an income inequality where people who are using Facebook will pay taxes, but because I'm bright out here, I will not pay those taxes. That is the problem. So let's go through their case. One, they come out here and they tell us a few things. First, they come out and tell us how in and of itself, it's a whole new world, and we exist in spaces, and there's spaces that, I'll take a POI in my fifth minute. They exist in spaces that, you know, everything is shifting to increase, you know, the burden, and because we're in third world countries, this is the thing. They don't understand the whole burden of a third world country. What does a third world country look like to us? A third world country is a person who is trying to hustle every day to ensure that, you know what, I'm going out there, but I'm trying to pay my taxes, okay? That we have local markets out there, so if you're selling your cake in the market area, they're still going to come and levy you for those taxes. We think that is highly problematic. Why? Because I showed you how it goes against the principles of fairness, how it shows you double taxation. So on that case of us having a free nature, we think it is much more advisable for us to have a system where people actually go with free access to the internet. Why? Because first, it's not only business ventures that are actually online. Students are online. So if a student is actually having a Zoom meeting, they told us that, you know what, business meetings are happening online. So a student has to attend a Zoom meeting on Moves, but he has to pay that 12%, okay? So let's say that we're going to give it to the service provider. What happens? It means that at the long run, the impact on a service provider is, one, the amount of money that he spends to actually provide more services is going to increase. It is the reason as why we have the likes of Africell leaving, because the cost of actually performing in Uganda becomes very difficult. They fail to address that, and their mechanism is very flawed. Why? Because you're actually meaning that most of the investors who would come into the country are going to be running away, right? But let's go through their case in a nutshell. So they come out here and they tell us that, you see, we need to ensure that we tax the multinational companies. Understand that this is very discriminatory, right? If they're telling us that we're taxing Google, we're taxing Facebook, like they're trying to advocate for us, it means that individuals who do not use Google are not going to pay the taxes. But also it means that you're going to be discriminatory in the long run. It means that people who do not pay these taxes are not going to actually say, you know what, since it's the multinational companies who pay these taxes, they will want to be involved in the decision-making process. This becomes very problematic for them. Why? Because the youth are not going to be involved in the criteria of fiscal policies, and this becomes very problematic for them. So let's move forward to the other cases that I'll not take you. They tell us that, you see, because we're shifting businesses online, we need to have that advocacy for us to go online. But this is the thing. You place a tax burden on one sector, and we've showed you how the sector is going to be only people who access the internet, and they're going to be paying for 12%, right? And that becomes very problematic. But second and foremost, we need to understand you limit service provision. If people only in one sector paying the taxes, you limit the tax base because you're going to be focusing on only people who pay the taxes. That is the whole analysis they do not take into consideration, right? But I'll take your PI shoot.
Thank you. Is it not true that in the alternative, the tax incidence on private schools still rests on the students? Secondly, define double taxation and how payment of Facebook by this hotel is a case of double taxation.
The whole idea here today is to ensure that we have free access of the internet. Free access of the internet means that, one, people are able to go to school online. It means that, two, businesses, both formal, both informal, formal businesses that actually pay taxes are still going to access. It means that we're trying to curtail on the double taxation, but we're trying to focus on the principles of fairness, the principles of compliances that are going to come out of it in a nutshell, right? But everything they have told us today means that one thing, they're focusing on a neo-colonialism world where they're saying, you know what, you need to have better competition, you need to have more capital, you know, if you're going to actually venture into your business. Understand that this limits any person who is innovative as a developing African student, but second and foremost, it means that every business that has access to most of this income is going to be looking at it as a way that, one, you know what, since we're paying taxes online, let's go offline, let's start using other alternatives. You see how we lose the taxes in the long run, and we think that is very problematic, right? So moving forward, what was our case line in a nutshell? First, we told you how far you're going to be able to promote inclusivity of various sectors. It means the informal sector has an avenue where they can actually provide digital marketing. It means for you to create a banner out there, you're going to be charged some taxes, but you're going to access that information freely and get that knowledge. That means that when you create a banner and actually advocate and people come in the long run and buy from your products, you're going to be taxed. That is a better, more sustainable way of taxing people, right? But second and foremost, we're able to show you that you have a free internet access is much more better. Why? Because we showed you how information is very important in this day and age, and we need to be able to meet investors. We need to be creating a multinational sector where investors will come in and actually say, you know what, because Uganda is very important to us, because Uganda is very accessible to us, and internet is free, we're able to go online, we're able to market. When you do not have that, any investor who doesn't have the enough per capita will not come in because they'll see it is not an incentive enough, and we think this is very problematic, right? So in a nutshell, what have we told you? First, we've given you the impacts that come out on our side. First, we've told you how you're going to be solving unemployment because you're creating innovation. Second and foremost, we're giving you another avenue. In most of our avenue, we told you about accessibility and how accessibility means there's a better branding for the company, but we have a way of focusing on the principles or looking for more other legitimate claims to actually focus on taxation. We think this is much more important than you saying that we're going to be taxing each and everybody who is online, who is using Facebook, even when they're using it for schooling and not for other business activities. Understand that the principles of continuity come in here, but second and foremost, accessibility to information is very important. And with that, we rest our case. Thank you.
Okay, may we have the third negative speaker here.
I'm starting in 3, 2, and 1. So I'm going to start with two things that I think have been the most significant in this debate. One is the issue of income and of inequalities in this country and how the whole tax burden is therefore going to be shifted to the people that are paying taxes. We think that one way to rebut this is that, one, saying that people that are only using Facebook are the only ones that are going to be taxed is the same thing as saying that the people who have, is the same as saying that it is unfair for companies for people that have, business, that have companies to be taxed and those that don't have companies to be taxed. So we think there is no kind of inequality here because it's really the same thing as saying that it's unfair to tax the owner of Golf Course Hotel and not tax me who doesn't have Golf Course Hotel. So we think that then it is not unfair in any way because the people that are not using the taxes are not going to be taxed. Those that are using it should be taxed. The second overriding argument has been about access to education. And this is how we're going to take this. That while education has shifted online, the schools have reduced costs in very many ways. So have the parents. Parents don't now have to take their children to boarding school, pay upkeep, send them pocket money, pay transport to take them, visiting days, and all these things. Most of the costs that parents have been incurring while school was physical are costs that have now been reduced. So we think that while we've presented to you an argument that the world has shifted, we now have a whole new world and a universe in space. It is only logical that the government, especially where we've presented to you a context of COVID-19, that this space should be taxed as well, because look, while in this pandemic, the government has lost taxes in very many areas, right? There are so many informal businesses that are not registered and they're operating online. Look at businesses that are running on Instagram more than ever before. There are so many businesses that not necessarily have websites, but they are functioning. So, Pane, what we think that there is no kind of limitation, because even when we are limiting access, which is not really true, it's even true that people that pay radios, that use radios, are actually paying a certain kind of tax when they buy the radio. So in any case where you have to get something, you have to pay something and an added tax to that. The difference that the team affirmative doesn't get in this case is that it's just that when they don't realize they are paying a certain tax for DSTV or for buying a television, then they don't consider that they paid a tax at all to access information. Their problem is that now they realize that they are paying something to get information and to stay online. So what have we presented to you and why they cannot win? I'll not take you. Why they cannot win this debate is that first they've presented to us how they're dealing with that. Instead they'll tax informal sectors. We think that this is very impractical, and as we've presented to you that, especially in this period of time, it is very hard and it's going to be very costly for the government to be able to get first of all, to get the informal sector, to get everyone in the informal sector. The government cannot really cater for that. They can't cater for whoever is hawking sweets in the city. The only way the government can get any kind of remuneration right now or income is by taxing what is available. Because, Pano, look, there is a social contract as we've presented to you, right? That where there's a social contract, we have to trade some of our benefits because we need to get things in return. The government has lost a lot of taxes. People have not been paying rent during these lockdowns, some of them, even big establishments. So what it means that the government has not been getting tax in very many ventures, but this very government has to get money for buying vaccines. It has to get money for catering for people. So the issue here is not even how much tax it is. And it's not even about how OTT failed. It's not about the system. It's whether we should or should not tax internet access. And we've presented to you a number of arguments. One being that this is a whole new world. It's like establishing a world, like for example, a world of media or a world of technology. This is a fresh new ground that the government needs. We're not here to argue for how much tax really. The issue is, should there be a tax on this internet access? Now that can be worked upon in the technicalities. The real issue here is that the government has lost a lot and we need to tax this new available venture, because in the long run we've shifted almost everything online. So one of the things we also did get from affirmative is that we are in a developing country. Now this is how we've logically beaten that argument, is that yes, we are in a developing country and we've been in COVID and the people need to survive, the government needs revenue. Even if you want to say there is limited access to education, people that actually have a need to access this education are still going to be because there's not really been a big increase in the amount or in the prices of internet itself. So there is no kind of limitation at all. But again, logically, it fits into the idea of a developing country because the government needs the revenue to support other mechanisms on which the economy needs to survive. So if a big chunk of what our economy looks like is now shifting online in form of informal businesses that we can never track, then the most logical way then would be to find a way of getting, no matter how little it could be, we need to get something from these ventures. That entire argument has not been rebutted by anyone on the proposition side. So they didn't engage us on our necessity. They didn't engage us on a cost-benefit analysis that while, yes, some people are they're losing something, in the long run, the government is finding a way to help people survive. Also, they don't take into context. They think they want to present to us a world where internet has to be free, so the government will still continue losing, even from companies that their operative costs have become significantly low. We still don't need to get anything from there. The other misconception in this debate is about double taxation. We asked them in a POI to define for us what double taxation is. But we think that they don't get the whole context. Why? Because double taxation is taxing something, the same thing for 2 times, right? So when they present to us the idea of Golf Coast Hotel and how it would then be double taxed, we think that the cost of operating on the internet is an entirely different cost. So if you tax using of the internet and using the premises physically of Golf Coast Hotel, then it's not double taxation in any way. So what have we presented to you, panel, and why do we win? That there is an entirely new kind of earth in space that needs to be regulated in some way, that the government needs to benefit because it has already lost enough. But why also we presented to you an argument of multinational companies that they did not engage in any way, that these companies need to, we need to get something from these companies accessing our internet space and benefiting from our internet space. But also that we are principally justified because of the social contract, because if we've already lost, we still need to find a way of covering up these gaps by getting whatever way we can. So the issue of income inequality and discrimination in taxes does not stand. The issue of the fact that we are in a developing country actually works better on the proposition side. The issue of discrimination against education does not work because parents have actually reduced a lot of costs by shifting education online. So we think that there is no discrimination. We are principally justified. We are in an entirely new space that if we leave it uncontrolled and the government is not benefiting in any way, yet the physical spaces in which the government should be benefiting principally are shrinking, then we think that that's a greater loss for the government and it will lead us into more debt burden, it will lead us into more deficit budgets. So we think that this is the only solution right now in the COVID-19 situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have the team to close the negative half part of the debate.
Panel, couple of important questions. Number one, is the tax unequal? Because that has been a resounding case across the affirmative team. The logic of their argument is this. If you tax Facebook and there's someone who does not use Facebook, the tax is unequal because someone that uses has paid the tax and the one that does not has not paid the tax. Let's draw an analogy for that argument. If you tax a company for operating in a country and that company pays, and you who does not own a company, you do not pay any tax. That tax is unequal because the person that owns a company has paid the tax and the one who does not own a company has not paid the tax. If you buy into that logic, which has been very disturbing, we just think that that alone suffices for that team to lose the debate. Second question, access to information. Is this a novel concept that we are essentially introducing a new concept of taxation on information? Team Negative has demonstrated to you why information has always been paid for. From the small things such as subscription for DSTV or for GoTV or for StarTimes, inherent within that particular payment is a certain contribution to tax. So the idea that this novel concept of taxation of information is so detrimental does not stand. We tell you that this is something that is already existent. Third question, creativity and unemployment. Because Team Affirmative is arguing that, look, creativity and unemployment, creativity is so important and unemployment is being addressed. We agree. It may be important for you to address the concerns of unemployment, but you do not address the concerns of unemployment by creating a space where people can run businesses that are not taxed at all. We don't think that that alternative is justified at all because essentially you have a situation where people are running businesses, running economic activity and not contributing to the tax, to the tax base or to the consolidated fund. We don't think, again, that that's something that's principally justified. Fourth thing, Is the argument on education, because this again is prominent from Team Affirmative, is education fundamentally impeded in the world that we suggest? Look at what we told you. We told you that, look, while it is true that we may be, that certain tax is being imposed on internet and therefore learners are paying something, there is a comparative decrease in the costs that parents have been facing in transporting children to school. There's a comparative decrease in the costs that schools have had to face by paying teachers transport allowances because they no longer need to do that. We think that those particular things cancel out the particular negative or the presumed negative effect that Team Affirmative want to argue for. Again, we think that Team Negative takes that point. Fifth thing, is the tax base widened? This is the question that defines this debate. In which world is the tax base widened? What Team Affirmative is telling you is this: when people run businesses online, we shall be able to tax them. This is not true, because inherent in their case is the assumption that a business going online implies a business becoming formal. That is not true. When businesses are going online, they are not essentially becoming formal businesses. A significant majority of them are remaining as informal businesses in an informal sector. We have demonstrated to you why there is just no way that we are going to tax these people. There's just no way we are going to trace them. There's just no way we are going to trace their transactions, because taxation runs on the assumption that you know what transactions have transpired and therefore you can tax them. There's just no way to monitor this in the online space. What we are telling you therefore is, since we cannot monitor them in the online space, we cannot monitor the number of transactions of a small person that runs a kiosk or that sends services between people in a community, let us tax them at the point where they buy the internet, because at least at that point, we're able to achieve something from the revenue that they have earned. We think that on a marginal benefit alone, Team Negative takes that particular point. We have demonstrated to you why there is no argument for how the informal sector is being brought on board. There is no way the informal sector is going to become formal, because we do not agree with the proposition that that shifting of business online implies the formalization of this business. For those several critical reasons, we think that Team Negative wins this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will come the reply speech from Team Affirmative to conclude this debate. Here.
Okay, so the basic basis of the entire opposition case is that we are in an entirely new space. That means that we are in a developed world. We think that's not the reality of the matter, because we are largely having countries that are still developing. That's to say, like the one we are in. But secondly, realize that their side is contingent. They say that there is no operational cost on their side. We think that when there is no operational cost, it means that whoever you're supposed to tax has the capacity to bag in lots of profits. That means the mere fact that they are bagging in that profits, it means there is necessity then to tax their capacity of accessing that profits. It's only our side that provides that through the transactions that they literally do, that necessarily still provides you with leeway to tap into the transactions that lead to those profits. But thirdly, when they say that tax multinational companies, we think this is philosophically inconsistent with their first point of no operational cost. Why? Because realize that firstly, taxing multinational companies means you're entirely leaving out these other developing companies explicitly within the context of that jurisdiction. We think that then means that you're entirely discriminatory in regards to the principles of taxation. Taxation stands for fairness and being general entirely, and they literally ignore that. But thirdly, we think that their side still disincentivizes those multinational companies to come. Why? Because the mere fact that you're going to tax those multinational companies, then that means those multinational companies will then have this kind of mentality that, oh, even when we go to those specific countries, we do not have any incentive to actually go there. Why? Because they are literally still taxing it, and still accessibility is not 100% guaranteed explicitly in the context of developing countries. But thirdly, when they say that you make companies reduce their physical presence, we think that this is a lie. Why? Because companies leave when they are literally making losses. At the point where a company is not making a loss by means of you providing people to access internet, that entirely these companies make their marketing strategies or participate in advertisement, then it means that still you still have some form of leeway for those companies to exist. Why? Because still there is a target market, and that market still exists. But thirdly, the assumption that they have, and this is problematic on their side, is they say that everyone has some form of accessibility to things like DSTV, things like StarTimes. We think that in the developing context, that's not true. Why? Because realize that that is only contingent to areas where people have accessibility to electricity or accessibility to those basic platforms. At the point where people have accessibility to, do not have accessibility, then it means that they do not get such things. That means the assumption then is entirely out. Why? Because you entirely leave people who operate in something that's called the informal sector that entirely is untraceable in regards to their side. But thirdly, for them, they say, and this is like the clash, that they solve income inequalities. You only solve income inequalities when you incentivize the greatest magnitude of people who are existing in that jurisdiction to come on board. That's to say the youth. We provide that by maintaining the creativity. That's to say the youth still having accessibility to free internet that is not taxed, and we only tax the companies based on their transactions. That means you still maintain the creativity that those people intrinsically have, and that goes a long way to inform the betterment of anything that is like a tax body. But how we benefit the youth generally, other than just maintaining or supporting their ventures, is that we provide an avenue for them to access information freely. Why? Because this entirely means when you're not taxing internet, it means that they can literally participate in anything that is developmental. But secondly, we also solve the crucial unemployment problem that their whole bench ignores. We think at the point where we actually solve that, then that is better. Realize that their side is only premised on multinational companies. Our side provides betterment in terms of not supporting taxation of the internet access. We are proud to win.
Okay, thank you very much. May the team shake hands, and then you can take. Oh yeah, please, Kobe, can go and have a seat. Thank you very much.
On 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there. We were about 10 people in that office, all in one room. And then later, we shifted to Nakaba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate,
I'm going to ask all the debaters to come back into the room, or everyone that's supposed to be in the room, as the Chief Judge prepares to announce for the finals. We'll go straight into the finals because we're time bound. But in the meantime, I know we have university representatives who are not debating. Hands up. University representatives who are not. Yes, any two people to weigh in on the debate? Can I have you and him? As we wait for the CA to get ready to announce for the finals. All right, people from the audience, anyone wanted to weigh in on the debate? Please, quickly. Emma, are you ready? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. The motion was a very good one. So if you are to be part of the preposition team, one was to give us the reasons why you need the tax. And how effectively are you going to implement the tax without eliminating anyone or without abusing the law, that you must show that you're going to tax, you're going to levy those people at their basis of from the money they used to subscribe the data to. Then the issue of the opposition was to give us the reasons why we think or why you feel best that the taxes shouldn't be imposed on the internet. One is that data is going to become more expensive, and schools, for example, since schools have transited from physical to online, it will be expensive for these people to access these services. Two, it would also discourage some companies like Jumia and SafeBoard to use these services since they need tax exemptions from their side. But to weigh out the debate in the rooms that I was in the upper room, is that their arguments were to the standstill of point. For example, from the opposition side, they gave reasons why they feel the tax should be there and why it shouldn't be exempted from the people. And I think to my arguments and weighing of the debate, I feel opposition in the room I was in takes it on. Thank you.
I'm sure the judges will tell us. I'd now take this opportunity to invite the Chief Adjudicator, Mr. Emmanuel Luwaga.
Yes, the moment of truth. Just a few things. We will not go into giving deliberate feedback. Ideally, in tournaments, we rarely give feedback after breaking. Usually what happens is that feedback is given to help you further your debate throughout the tournament. And by the time we reach at this level, one, we expect that you have already grown. That's the first place. But secondly, we also think that you are ready for the next round. So we won't be able to give elaborate feedback. But in case you need feedback, you can approach any of the judges that were on your panel for your semi-final, and then we'll be able to give you some in-depth form of personal feedback or team feedback. Yes, so the moment of truth. Let's start with the resolution for the final. Before we know the teams, the resolution for the final is This House believes that there is no moral obligation. This House believes that there is no moral obligation to pay unjust and unfair taxes. This House believes that there is no moral obligation to pay unjust and unfair taxes. I hope we got it. So to our teams in the final, from room two where we had Gulu University facing Mbara University of Science and Technology, the judges thought unanimously that the team that argued in the negative role won that particular debate. So Mbara University of Science and Technology wins this particular debate. Can we have a representative from them to come just here? Someone from Mbara University? In room one, where we had Chambogo University in the affirmative, arguing against Makerere University in the negative, the judges still thought unanimously that the team in the affirmative lost this debate to the team in the negative. May we welcome the negative team to the final. Makerere University send one representative. So those are our teams for the final. Mbara University of Science and Technology versus Makerere University. Okay, so our final draw is Makerere University debating the affirmative against Mbara University debating the negative. You have your 15 minutes, start running now. The judges for the final are, I'll have Nathan Onyango, I'll have Tabitha, I'll have Mercy, I'll have Brandon, we'll have Mr. Kafuko from URA, from Siatini, and then Mr. Andrew from URA on that panel. So the next 15 minutes we'll be starting our final round of this year's tournament. Thank you very much. And myself as the lead.
On 5th September 1991, the Uganda Revenue Authority is born through an Act of Parliament, Cap 196 of the Laws of Uganda.
We had just started and they had to bring in an expatriate to start URA. And actually, we worked with him in the same office in that we started from Bank of Uganda, if I can bring that. We started from Bank of Uganda. We worked there, we were about 10 people in that office, all in one room, and then later we shifted to Nakaba, which is our head office today.
After just 2 years of operation, the very first variation of the tax identification number is introduced to provide a unique identifier for taxpayers when transacting with URA. In order to facilitate trade globally, Uganda ratified the Marrakesh Agreement in September 1994 to become a founding member of the World Trade Organization, which currently sits 164 member states. To replace sales tax between 12% to 30% and the commercial transaction levy, taxes on commercial transaction, VAT was introduced in Uganda at 17% for more people to contribute to tax indirectly. In the same year, on the global trade facilitation front, Askuda is introduced to Uganda. Entebbe Customs is the pilot site. Trade facilitation in Uganda is changed for good.
Technological transformation that really stood out, that I think really made the biggest change, is the introduction of the system for processing, that is the Asikuda. it streamlined the way that processing of customs declaration is done. And now to see that TMU officers can sit in their offices and they just control goods in transit without having to run around with papers the way we used to do. That itself is a very, very big game changer.
With the effort to settle tax disputes between taxpayers and the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Tax Appeals Tribunal of Uganda was established by an Act of Parliament in 1997. However, TAT opens its doors to the public in May 1999. In the same year, the Income Tax Act 1997, Cap 340, comes into force commencing on 1st July 1997. The Act came into force to consolidate and amend the law relating to income tax and for other connected purposes. It has since been amended several times. On 29th June 1999, URA acquired a land lease title of Plot M193, Chinawataka Road, Nakawa Industrial Area. It is here that URA would later erect a state-of-the-art tower. In 2002-2003, Ms. Ann-Britt Asland replaces Mr. Rakakoko as the Commissioner General of URA. In the same financial year, Lady Justice Julia Sebutinde is given the keys to tackle corruption head-on. She leads a commission of inquiry that would later change the trajectory of the whole organization. On 1st July 2004, Allen Kajina is given the mantle to transform URA as the URA Commissioner General, leading a cleansing and restructuring exercise that would put URA back on track following the successful completion of the 17-day inquiry. Allen would go on to lead URA into its Renaissance period. Regardless of all the efforts, since the inception in 1991, customer satisfaction was low. Appropriate information was largely inaccessible, and taxpayers often had to make multiple visits to the URA office to complete a single transaction. To reduce long processing times, low accountability and transparency, Uganda Revenue Authority sought to become the most efficient revenue collector in East Africa. All this would change with the introduction of the e-tax portal. URA started the Authorized Economic Operator Program way back in 2009, kicking off the project to implement a unique program that offers a triangulated compromise between compliance, facilitation, and control.
AUO categorizes clients based on risk. So low-risk traders are given benefits in terms of simplified procedures, and so they will go through the clearance process seamless, rather than the high-risk clients who have to go through mandatory checks, maybe 100% verification and all that. And there are several other benefits.
Currently, there are 96 AEOs who are responsible for more than 41% of the volumes of our international trade operations. With new changes and advancement in technology and improved transparency, faster trade facilitation, and linkages with other trade facilitation platforms in Uganda and the East African region at large, the institution upgraded from a SCUDA++ to a SCUDA World, which later facilitated the one-stop border points and the regional electronic cargo tracking systems.
We've seen even the volumes that come through greatly rise up because now there is faster clearance, a seamless flow of cargo, movement of goods as well, and the process is simplified. In that way, there's an increment in the volumes of goods and services that go through the border.
In 2014, URA saw a change in leadership. Doris Akwo, who was at the time Commissioner Legal, assumed the role of Commissioner General from Allen Kajina. Doris would go on to consolidate the modernization gains put in place during the Allen era. She later went on to launch the Uganda Electronic Single Window on the 4th of November 2016. Under her leadership, URA saw the blueprint of the digital tracking solution take shape in 2019. With 6 gazetted products, now 8, having their products affixed with digitally traceable tax stamps, the system would go on to help URA protect traders who have been struggling with unfair competition from smugglers and manufacturers of counterfeit products. On the 29th of March 2020, the URA Commissioner General, John Rujochi Musinguzi, was appointed to lead URA. John is so far leading the march towards the future with a new strategic direction, mission, vision, core values, client value proposition, and a tech-driven service delivery upgrade.
Capo, you seem to be in a hurry. Where are you going to?
I'm gonna pay URA visit.
Why would
Carrying
anyone
on from
visit
where his predecessor left off, the Commissioner General John R. Musinguzi launched Kakasa, a threefold business solution which includes IFRIS, DTS, and the Voluntary Disclosure Program. With 1 year in the books, under the leadership of John Musinguzi, URA has seen several efforts to facilitate tax education and outreach activities in support of the national agenda of domestic revenue mobilization, with the introduction of the auto conversion in customs processes, the Tujenge Uganda bus, a bus designed to offer mobile tax services, especially to remote areas that lack the proximal access to URA offices and electronic services, and the URA TV, a state-of-the-art online TV with a well-facilitated studio dubbed the URA Drift Studio. It is from this facility that URA is running programs lined up of 14 business-leaning sector-based tax education programs for taxpayers, as well as driving internal communication to achieve a shared understanding of the new direction for staff. These last 30 years have been a ride, and it would not have been possible without you, the people of Uganda. We promise to commit the next 30, 60, even 100 years to you, the people of Uganda, to serve with integrity, patriotism, and professionalism. We vow to never grow weary, nor tire, as we carry out this our mandate to liberate our country, Uganda, from economic independence. We are 30 years stronger.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
On 5th
debate that those individuals were justified and they had the moral obligation to resist payment of such taxes which left them in the obligation is simple. It is an obligation to do something because you think it is right, or not to do it because it is wrong. How are we going to define unfair and unjust taxes in this debate? In all the cases, we think that unfair and unfair and unjust taxes violate basically 3 or 4 canons. 1, they are taxes which don't respect equity. 2, that are inconvenient. Secondly, that are uncertain, inefficient, but largely that lack participation of the majority of those taxpayers. We think that in the vast majority of these cases, these individuals are not justified when they don't pay taxes that violate the very principles that govern taxation. 1, let us look at the idea of equity. We think it is wrong for a government to go ahead and, for example, impose a tax that is regressive or is a flat tax. How does this manifest in reality? It is that individuals, for example, who earn less are made to pay more taxes compared to those whose incomes increase, right? On our side, we think that as long as the tax is not progressive, that is to say that it is not fair to these individuals, they should not pay those particular taxes. 1, it is because it violates the very principle of social contract that taxation presupposes. It is also important to understand in this debate that taxation is not an end, but it is a means to an end. That is to say that the goal of taxation is not to enrich governments and those individuals who already have money. It is to get that money and be able to redistribute it in such a way that the have-nots, their situation is improved, or such that you decrease inequality. At the point where a tax is unequal and unfair, we think it violates the idea of why I should pay that particular taxation, why that social contract in the first place exists, because it is meant to help improve the situation, like provision of essential services, which are very important for those who don't have the bare minimum. Secondly, the idea of inconvenient. How do inconvenient taxes look like? It looks like I am supposed to pay a tax at the point where I don't have capacity. It looks like I'm supposed to pay a tax at the beginning of the month as opposed to when I've already generated money monthly. It looks like having to pay taxes when I've just started before operating. We think in the vast majority of cases, such taxes, individuals have no moral obligation to pay them because it is wrong, right? Why it undermines my capacity to be able to grow and achieve the essence of business, right? At the point where I'm supposed to pay high taxes when it is inconvenient for me, it means the government is able to take money out of me without any consideration of my own survival. We say that in the vast majority of those cases, it is justified. But panel.
BOI.
Take it.
How likely is it that you're going to have those kind of unfair taxes, given that we have processes that actually follow? Give us a tax that has ever passed those undue processes, because we think that is largely illusion.
So, thank you. We think we have particular cases where governments in power largely choose to protect the particular social classes which are able to preserve wealth within them at the expense of the rest. We gave you an example of the French Revolution, but what is the premise of this debate? The premise of this debate is like the entire world. We think this stage of debate requires that we don't shrink the space in which this debate exists. Secondly, what we don't expect from their side are arguments of, for example, if I feel a tax is unfair, I can choose not to pay it. We think in the vast majority of cases where a tax is perceived as unfair and unjust, there is a general consensus within the population, and refusal is a collective responsibility against a particular understanding that this tax is unfair. And that is why in the vast majority of cases we have seen people who clash back, like in the case of OTT. We think that is important to understand. But in the best case scenario, what you achieve from our side essentially is what taxation should be about. We tell you that in a world where there is no backlash against unfair and unjust taxes, the government does not have incentive whatsoever to put in place fair taxes because there is no incentive and pushback. We tell you what you get in the best scenario of our case is that individuals, when they don't pay these taxes, government needs to pay money and are going to be forced to be able to put in place policies to be able to answer to the cries of these individuals. We think governments, for them to operate efficiently, they need majority buy-in from these particular populations. We think in the vast majority of cases, governments depend on these working groups, and at the point where they have resistance, they're able and forced to be able to change their tax policies to be able to suit those particular needs. But what is our last point? We think at the point, for example, where a tax is put in place when there is no representation. these individuals should not go ahead and pay those taxes. How does it manifest in our context? We think at a point where the workers, for example, think that for you to increase tax on clothing, for you to increase rental tax, for example, during COVID lockdown, it is largely inconvenient and it is not efficient for these particular organizations. We think at a point, therefore, when it is not efficient at a tax, that these individuals are largely morally obligated not to pay those taxes. We think that, for example, when the casita traders stand together and they say, no, this tax is not good and we should not pay it, they are right. Why? Because in the vast majority of cases, because of the reproative hand of the governments, they don't buy into the views of these individuals. For example, it looks like that these governments will call casita heads in their meetings and they'll give their proposals, but those proposals in and of themselves are not taken into perspective. What do we get from their side? We get governments forcing these individuals to pay rent during COVID, a time when COVID people are not paying rental tax and were not using those particular premises and are forced to pay those taxes, yet they were not working during that time. We say that those individuals have the moral obligation not to pay those taxes because they are wrong. But panel, this is a principle debate which must be judged on principles, not on the pragmatics. Look, the principle of moral obligation presupposes also that individuals who have a moral obligation also have capacity to do those things. Like you're supposed, for example, a parent or an older person has a moral obligation to support their children or the young. But that intrinsically, that principle presupposes that those individuals have capacity to. We tell you in the vast majority of cases where taxes are unfair, individuals don't have capacity to pay those taxes. In the vast majority of cases, their businesses don't have capacity to survive. Question is, should I pay a tax even when I know it kills me economically and my financial business, or should I not pay that tax because at the end of the day, the cost-benefit analysis is not good? We think in the vast majority of cases, these unfair taxes make it hard for individuals to have capacity, and a moral obligation does not exist where individuals don't have capacity to be able to sustain themselves. We tell you principally, individuals are not justified to pay any tax which is unfair, which violates the canons of taxation. We think actually governments are able to provide equitable, efficient, convenient taxes at the point where they have been pushed to do it because the incentive exists. They want to get buy-in from those populations. They also want to get taxes. We tell you that you're principally justified in earning those things at the point where they are not existent in status quo. We beg to rest our case.
Panel, it's important to understand in this debate the difference between proletariats and bourgeoisies. That is to say, important to understand that the principles of taxation are principles that require due kind of analysis that is largely technocratic and not just political as these claim. What that means is that you don't make any sense to say what qualifies something as fair is something that has large buy-in. Why does that not make sense? One, it's not professional, but beyond that, you need to recognize that the large buy-in they're talking about are people that are largely A, illiterate, B, poor, but C, are largely ones who think that, oh, any tax is just unfair. What that means then is that if you were to take that as a measure of what is unfair and unjust, then we would have no any tax. Why? Because it's intrinsically panel and inherent that in any human being, they think naturally, they oppose any kind of principle that tries to suppress their kind of liberty. That is to say that even when it is fair, but someone thinking that, oh my God, I'm going to be paying some tax, they just feel like they just can't afford it, right? So there is no any employee panel in this world where generally they pay taxes because they love it, right? But we pay them because it's a responsibility. So if we make it upon, oh my God, I love taxes, let's get a consensus buy-in, we would never have any tax. If that's the metric, we think that case was lame, very lame for our finals. What then was this debate supposed to be? Very simple. So I'm going to be giving you a few arguments. Firstly, we think there is nothing like unfair and unjust tax. unfair and unjust tax, in all its respect, has one bad feature. That is that it is subjective. Why? Because we say that in most cases, just people define what's subjective, like what's unfair to me, not unfair to the other person. But even if we took like the most kind of sophisticated analysis that we didn't get, let's assume this was like some world's nice debate, right? Where these guys say what is unfair is one that has not gone through due processes and all that. Why would it really not count? For two reasons. One, we asked them a POI to mention any one tax that never used that due process. They can't mention any. Because we tell you that all taxes are fair. It's only our perception that changes. Why? For two reasons. One, because they pass through processes, A, of ideation. That is to say, an individual brings an idea, or some people bring an idea that they think this is a good avenue. Number two, there is parliamentary reviews and consultative meetings, right? Number three is that, so after that, there is also inclusion of technocrats. What that means, Panu, and why this film is important, is A, that you can't buy that nonsensical case that assumes politicians are going to be corrupt.
POI?
Oh, they didn't say that, but let's assume they had said it, right? Because we agree, right, that politicians are sometimes compromised. Why then, even if politicians were compromised, should these guys pay tax? For two reasons. One, we participate in democracy. It's our mistake that we vote such goons, that we call goons, that don't represent some kind of fair, taxation systems. So we don't think it's any problem of tax or you that you vote these goons. What you should learn instead from that angle, from our side, what we give you, is that we give you mechanisms to be more scrutinized and scrutinize those kind of body policies. In fact, for the very first time in history, what that means on our side, you're going to get people who are going to be against such kind of stupid taxes, because they're going to say, oh, we think we voted this bad MP, he passed there and they just passed OTT, we think we can't take them back. What that means, Panu, is that long term, you have a very big solution to a problem of Africa, a problem of Uganda in particular. That is to say, poor leadership and poor leaders who continue to capitalize on that kind of capitalize on the illiteracy of citizens through buying them salt and soap, and then they start going to those things and they pass nonsensical policies. What that means on the side of the house, for the first time, you have a check, you have a counterfactual, you have a counter mechanism to that kind of world. So it's important then to recognize how our world becomes better. But secondly, we think even if politicians, there was that impact, right? We think the issue that we involve technocrats, right? Technocrats are people who engage in policies like with some sane mind. That is to say, they determine, has this policy really qualified with the principles of economics of taxation? Is it fair? Is it equity? So we think, Panu, that means these systems are justified, even if you say politicians are poor. So what then that means, Panu? What these guys need to defend in this debate is why we should not respect a professor or a section of professors that participate in passing of these taxes, but prioritize the Edgars of this world that are inherently selfish, that will say, that tax was unfair, oh my God, it was unfair, right? We think that was bad framing. Why then, Panu, do we think, I'll take you.
Do you think the definition of unjust is tied to the process, or it is the consequence?
Okay, so as I said, so the question then is, who terms the consequence to be unfair? If we were to go to the consequences, right, what do we get from taxes? One, we get more revenue, so the parliament is supposed to pass more things, and we have more hospitals. I mean, like, that is P2 debate, right? So we don't really think this was the case. But secondly, Panu, we need to interrogate and cut off that illusion. How likely is it that taxes will be passed without the due process? That was a question they're supposed to answer, and they failed to answer. And I've shown to you on all grounds, even if politicians were bad, even if you're corrupt, why you still have to pay an unfair tax. What then are the benefits that you get, Panu, when you pay this tax? Two reasons. One, but before that, just one principle. We think every tax is fair until it's proven not to be fair. Principal argument, Panu. Because we think at the moment where you say the tax is unfair, as I said, there must be some due process again, right? So at a point where that has not happened, then you can't say it's unfair. Then you subject things, subjective phenomena, and we can never operate policy, we can never operate public office just like some bedroom kitchen, where you determine what's unfair because of, oh my God, my kids love bikes, and so you think you should not pay tuition, but you should instead buy for them bikes because they're the majority in the house, and for them they think they need bikes and not your tuition. We think that is lame. But beyond that, Panu, let's look like generally. So what do you achieve at the end of the day? Understand few things. The problems we have with our tax systems and taxation, generally in Uganda, are two. One is that you have people who largely don't care about taxes. They don't know about it. They're not aware. They think, these things are very complicated and they're professors. What then that means is that there is need for awareness, that these citizens should embrace taxation. Then the question becomes, how best do you create that awareness? Now, here's where the debate starts. One Is it in a world where people feel, when a tax is unfair, we don't pay it, so there's no any pinch? Or is it in our world where people say, oh my God, that tax was unfair, and I'm paying it, right? We think there's more pinch when you feel a tax is unfair, but then you still pay it. So that means you're more incentivized to hold your governments accountable, right? You're more incentivized to be like, cut off that crop policy was bad. That means you're more incentivized as a person to say, wait, this tax is going against me so much, right? So let me go somewhere and Google. Did it pass through like real nice systems of taxation? Something that you wouldn't do in their world because you don't pay anyway. So we think that unfair kind of a thing, even if to the Mandela base, is one that will solve all problems of taxation. The fact that I feel, lately, to be honest, I didn't even know about taxation so much. But when OTT came up, I was like, okay, this is unfair. These things are affecting me. Because personally, I never knew about taxes before. I wasn't paying taxes anywhere. But then I feel like this is a pinch. And I was incentivized to go and read and understand. Did it pass through nice processes? Oh, when the president just said it, did it just pass because the president said it, or there was due process? I found out there was due process. Oh, that means it's fair. So, so that awareness others wouldn't have if I work in their side. So Pano understand the sophistication in this debate that we give you all the solutions to the problems of poor leadership, poor accountability mechanisms, because you have more accountable on our side, you have more scrutiny, there is that pinch that you otherwise wouldn't have on their side. Pano, not a sophistication, that was the debate. Very proud to win the finals of Seatini. Thanks for coming, gentlemen.
Might I begin? Thank you. Panel of judges, if this debate was supposed to be one on comedy, I give it to the negative team. We laughed during the entire pre-current speaker's speech. Let's now debate the matter. This is the argument that he has given us. It's important that we follow the logic. He has argued that, look, when a tax is unfair, first of all, let's note that he said there's no unfair tax unless it is declared unfair. Then he turned and said OTT was very bad, it was very unfair. Therefore, I Googled and I saw that it was unfair. We should note the type of arguments that he's making. But let us then test the proposition. He argues that, look, when the tax is unfair, then people are incentivized to research and therefore determine that the tax is unfair. But he still asserts that we should still compel them to pay it because only then will they research about it and find out about it. Two things. First, people will not pay it. That's the reason people did not pay OTT, because they found out that the tax was unfair. Secondly, for us to argue that we should have, because what he says, these bad taxes do not exist, and that's how we can create that type of scenario. We think that that's a ridiculous world to live in. We encourage you to reject that argument. Let us test another argument that he proposes. What they're arguing is a case of radical subjectivity, that people may have perceptions about unfairness, and that the argument about buy-in, which was entirely mischaracterized, is what our case is premised upon. We shall answer that with a single line. The presence of consensus is not necessary for a tax to be considered just or unjust. But when there's a broad discontent with a tax, when there's a collective public outcry against a tax, that is when you know that a tax has been bad. That is when you know that a tax has been unjust. That is when you know that a tax has been unfair. We are not arguing that people should agree on taxes before taxes are put. But we are saying wherever people massively disagree with a tax, it is important that we check those types of taxes, because that is the point at which fairness and justness is determined, and that's an argument that is very important in this debate. It nullifies Edgar's entire speech. Let's then deal with the argument on politicians, right? Because Lowell told you that we should take this debate on principles. Edgar says, no, we need examples. So I'll give him one. MPs in Uganda do not pay income taxes. MPs earn 25 million shillings on average. That is a rough estimation. Such a tax is fundamentally inequitable in two ways. Number one, it violates the principles of horizontal equity. What that looks like is that people within the same income bracket must be paying a similar tax. What that type of tax exemption does, especially when it's given to members of parliament, is it institutionalizes an inequity and violates the principles of taxation. Secondly, it violates the principles of vertical equity of taxes. How is that so? Because you have people that are earning 25 million and they are not paying any income tax. You have a Ugandan that is earning 1 million, or a Ugandan that is earning 500,000 running a shop somewhere, and that person has a certain tax obligation. We think that in that situation, those people are entirely justified in rebelling against that tax. We think that those are situations where it's actually seen. But Edgar tells us that no, you see, you're the one who sent the politician to parliament. Therefore, if the tax is bad, it is your fault. Honestly, look at it this way. It is, and this is funny because Edgar also points out that people have self-interest, right? It's funny that he argues that people have self-interest like himself. Then thereafter asserts that when an MP acts in self-interest, it is us that are to blame because we sent that person there. We think that that type of argumentation is fundamentally contradictory. We think that if self-interest is the thing Edgar wants to argue for, then whenever MPs act in self-interest, and their self-interest conflicts with our own, we should not be morally obligated to meet such a tax obligation. We again think that that's something that's justified. Edgar, I cannot take you because your speech was problematic. So let us then deal with the constructive, right? It is important that we understand that bad laws are fundamentally a consequence and representative of bad governance. There is no world where good laws follow from bad governance, nor is there a world where bad laws follow from good governance. This is evidenced everywhere in the world. Dictatorships typically have laws that are repressive. Democracies typically have laws that permit for people's expression of their freedoms. This principled argument extends to the concept of taxation because the institutionalization of an unfair and an unjust tax or the lack of tax flow within the government structure. The reason that it is important that people do not have a moral obligation to pay this tax is because only then, contrary to what Edgar is arguing, only then do we have a world where the government is held accountable. How does this look like? When citizens refuse to pay the tax, it's much like having a revolution, right? A revolution does not start because people, like Edgar says, you're the one who voted the dictator, which, by the way, we did not vote him. You're the one that put him there, therefore, whatever happens is your problem. That's not what happens. People reach a broad collective consensus that the leadership is bad, we should revolt against it. That's precisely what we are saying here, that when there's broad consensus that the tax is unfair, the tax is unjust, and people rebel against it, we think that that is something that brings the government to check. That in Edgar's world, where we say that it's your fault that the government has done all these bad things in self-interest, which Edgar concedes he has, that type of world, there's just no accountability from the state, and there's just no follow-up on how the state acts or how the misbehavior of the state is checked. We think that that, again, is an argument that's very important. The reason Lowell's contextualization of this debate was important, especially with the historical context he gave you of the French Revolution, is because it lends credence and supports entirely the idea of how unjust laws and unjust policies come into place and why it is important that people are not morally obligated to meet those tax obligations. He argues about things like, first of all, the principal arguments, the arguments on equity, the arguments on convenience. He tells you about casita, the increase in tax of clothes, the necessity to pay rental tax, and why it is justified for people to rebel against that. But he also tells you about participation, right? That the problem with tax regimes that are born of an elitist collectivization of people that have self-interest and do not care about local people is that there's just no relationship between the taxes that are put in place and the needs of the people. So when you increase the tax, for example, with no consideration for how it affects the traders that are going to pay the tax, those traders are entirely justified to have no more obligation to meet that tax. Why? Because only then is the government incentivized to bring them on the table. What Edgar is telling you is that, look, when these people see the tax is unfair, after all, they're the ones who put the government in place, therefore they should pay it, and thereafter they will research and find out about tax. The reality is, even after they find out about the tax, they will still have to revolt against it. They will still have to have no more obligation to pay it, and thereafter, they will still come back to what we are suggesting. So what Edgar is telling you is this. First find out about the taxes, then we agree with Team Affirmative. We also agree with that. When you find out about the taxes, especially because they have been unfair and unjust, you come with us and we have no more obligation to pay those taxes. We still think that with his arguments, we win this debate. So what are the important questions? First, Did Edgar say sense? He did not. That's very important. Secondly, where is accountability achieved? Edgar is proposing a world of accountability where people apparently, because the taxes are unjust, they research about it, therefore find out. We tell you that even in that world, the necessity to revolt against it or have no moral obligation to pay it still stands. It's why even after Edgar finding out that OTT did not follow due process, he went ahead to download the VPN and did not pay the tax. So even in that world, he still agreed with what we suggested. We think that for those several reasons, we are very proud to win. Thank you.
I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. So basically, what the second speaker from Team Affirmative has is that we are going to stand against taxes as people. And if we stand against them, that means they are unfair and unjust. And then after we've stood against them, we shall eliminate what we perceive as unfair and unjust. Like we told you, first, there is never a tax that is unfair or unjust because every single tax undergoes due process. Due process of people that we put into positions to represent us. That is our parliamentarians and other things. And also, inquiries from people who stand in positions that understand the tax better than we do as citizens. Because as a matter of fact, as nature of people, we shall always revolt about anything that we don't feel asserts to us. So there can never be an unfair or unjust tax. So to him, he says, we shall revolt, or people can revolt, and this tax sees it. Now, let me show them. They say that if it's a dictatorship, one of the ways to show that it's a dictatorship is the unfair tax, and we shall revolt, and people will cease to be. Now, remember, there are so many ways in which a person can be taxed. One that may be already in place that we may have perceived already in our perception, because we said unjust and unfair is perception. So in our perception, we may already have perceived them as fair and just. So, for example, if you voted against OTT, then the government will impose an indirect tax, for example, the internet tax of 12%. Or it will cease to tax you on OTT, but then create more taxes on food or create more taxes on sales. So there can never be a point when you can cease to have a tax that you perceive that is unfair or unjust, because at the end of the day, it seems to help you. Then, they say politicians can act out of self-interest. Actually, politicians, since they are humans, they also act out of self-interest. Now we tell them that, you see, we are the people who put politicians into place. So we definitely know that their reliance, them being in a certain position, relies on us in a democracy. For example, what we assert as a democracy in Uganda. We know that the people who are in parliament, for example, who are going to pass these taxes, are voted by us and are put into place by us. So in other words, if they start to act under self-interest, they know that they will be checked by the people and will never be politicians. So that's why, most certainly, actually, most of the times, they'll act out of the public interest of the people that have sent them to the power so that they can defend their position. So generally, all that he has arisen comes from those two single arguments. So I don't really find a case that has been mentioned by the second speaker. So what do we say? Let me draw to you a comparison of the worlds that we are going to have when we have a world where people are perceiving certain taxes as unfair, and then other people perceive the taxes, still take on the obligation to pay even when they perceive the taxes as unfair. Now, like we told you, by nature of man, they will never cease to say that something is unfair or unjust. To any person, anything that they feel that is a pinch, even the richest of people, when you take away $1 from them, even when they have millions of dollars, they will still feel a pinch and they'll say, I've lost my $1. So it's just in nature of man. So there will never be a thing to a person that is totally fair or just to their mind. So it's important that even when you still feel that there is a pinch and a person is feeling unfair or unjust, that something is unfair or unjust, they still take on the obligation to do what is supposed to be. Like we say, there is due process. So by the time you're paying a certain tax, there has been verification that that tax is supposed to be paid, or you can be able to pay it. Then, in the other world, so if you're having such a world, like I was explaining, we shall cease to have any tax. Like he has mentioned here, he has almost hinted on every single tax that we have in Uganda, if it were possible for the time to allow him. He said income tax is unfair. He said OTT is unfair. So if he had to quote every single tax as unfair, then we shall cease to have taxes. And how will the government run? Because it's just perspective that something is unfair. So in a world where we pay taxes, actually there can be a means to correct systems. Because if you feel a pinch that something is unfair, you feel that this tax that they're making me pay is unfair, then you will be propelled to find out why is this tax unfair. Maybe because I feel the tax unfair, maybe because I voted a wrong leader. Then you can remove the leader by recalling the leader certainly that voted for such a tax. So we can be able to correct systems if we are led to make the obligation to pay taxes. Then they say, they say that usually because they are undemocratic, these things may not have accountable. But we say, you see what? It's only when you feel a pinch, like we all know what happened in Uganda, that you will have the awareness to go and check for what you're paying for. In other words, at the end of the day, because now you know about taxes, because of the pinch you felt of the thing that you felt was unfair, then you will hold the people that you've sent to represent you accountable. You will have the alertness to ask about the taxes that you're paying. You will want to ask about where the revenues of the taxes that you pay go. This will actually make the people alerted, or the obligation to pay tax makes them alerted to ask for accountability. Then, the major essence of such unfair and unjust taxes, even when you feel that pinch, is the long-term, what we attain at the end. People become aware of taxes. Like most people now know that we have several taxes in the country, just because at a certain point in time T, there was a tax that you felt was unfair or unjust. When you feel that something is unfair or unjust, then you will research about it. And when people research about taxes, they find out that it's actually their core role constitutionally to pay taxes. And what happens? We have more taxes because now people know that it's their obligation to pay taxes. If people are paying more taxes because it's their obligation, then the country is receiving more revenue, and I cannot even mention the other benefits that we assert from that. So we can draw a world where people are revolting, because then what the politicians will do is just to make the tax indirect. So it cannot be attained. But if you go through the formal means, then you can attain what you want. So we are saying a person feels that this is unfair. Without any valid mean, I should revolt and say that the tax is not fair. So we say that actually it's better in a world where we take on the obligation to pay the tax when they feel that they are unfair. Because when people take on such obligation to pay such taxes, then we have better returns. We have them educated about the taxes. We have them know their obligations as citizens. So one of the things that are fundamental is we always have to know the principles of taxation. Like we said, if a certain group of people is going to go against taxes because they feel that that tax is unfair to them, like we said, a tax takes a due process. So by the time we have people paying a certain tax, they have ascertained that it takes on equity, because these people will have to weigh if we are going to make not having the equity that we seek to have. Because a certain group of people, because they don't want to pay a tax, will revolt against it, and at the end of the day, we shall have a certain group of people not paying a tax because they feel it's unfair.
POI.
Then we shall have, they say that, you see, we shall have the obligation, we shall have dictatorships, and the governments will not be held accountable because they are making people pay fair taxes. But we say actually, it's when these people are paying fair taxes, unfair, or taxes that they may perceive that unfair, that a pinch is felt. Like we say, there is never anything that people will feel is very fair to them. So there will always be that pinch. And when they feel that pinch, that's when they will be asserted to research, to know about the taxes, take on the obligation even better, because now they know about their roles as citizens, and then we can be able to attain the kind of nation that we seek to have. So with that, I highly think that the government has had no case in this debate, and we can conclude and say that we've actually won this debate on the grounds of us making sure that the principles of taxation are attained, the results of why we have taxations are also attained, the results that come with the systems when people feel that something is unfair are actually better, and with that, I don't think that we can seek for a better world. In that case, I seek to rest my case.
I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. So I'm going to start with 6 things that I want to point out. Some of the major clashes or questions that we get from the opposition is, 1, who determines what is an unfair tax and what is a fair tax, right? And according to them, fair and unjust is subjective. But what we've presented to you as a response to that, as my first speaker pointed out, is that we are dealing with a principle motion, right? That there are principles that already dictate what is unfair and what is fair, right? We presented to you principles of equity, of convenience, of certainty, of inclusivity. So we think at this point, it is not relevant for them to argue that people are going to base on their own emotions to argue what is fair and unfair, because there are already systems that cater for that. Now, the second thing I want to point out is the question on whether they are unjust taxes, right? So we think that this correlates then to the question of whether there are just and unjust laws. According to them, there are no unjust taxes. They do not exist in their world. And according to them, when we elect politicians, when we elect people to represent us, we have therefore elected gods that we cannot question which principles they pass for us in parliament. We therefore cannot question these gods that we have put in power to pass principles for us according to the opposition. Our privileges and rights and freedoms. In exchange, we knowingly make that sacrifice. So it means that in places where people feel ability, and if then wait, and why we win, that this is a principle motion. Whatever they had to present to us had to be rebutting whether there is that debate, first of all, has been tried to be premised around whether they are unjust and unjust taxes, which we dealt with, right? But then the other thing is that they had to deal with whether if a tax is not equitable and it's not convenient, should I then still pay this tax? They had to, in their whole argumentation, it had to be in line with the principles of a fair, just system. And we think that they cannot say that they are not unjust taxes because this motion does not exist in a fictional world. We think that our role here then is not whether to prove whether they are unjust and unjust taxes, but to argue the context that has been given to us, and the context is that yes, unjust taxes can be passed even with tribunals present, even with all these regulations present, that there is a chance and a possibility. But in that instance, when that happens, should we then still pay these taxes? So they presented to us something like, first of all, they said there were no unfair taxes, right? Then the second speaker comes and says, well, they are unfair taxes, but what we can do is that we can make them now fair. So we think that that's a big contradiction, because where your first speaker comes and presents that there are no unfair taxes, and then you come and say they exist, but what we can do is that we can now make the system better. And we think that that proposition was supposed to be taken from us, that the entire idea why we then will reject a tax that is not fair, a tax that is not convenient, a tax that is not certain, a tax that comes to us in times when we cannot comply to this tax, a tax we don't even understand, then we think that in that instance, it is why we reject it is for the government to be able to make for us a policy that is better, a policy that will then benefit us as a whole. So why have we won this debate? On principles. We've noted to you that there are principles in place that have been passed to which every tax system must comply. But we've also shown you that there are circumstances where there might be unjust taxes. We presented to you rental taxes and OTT, and we presented and they seem to assume that us saying that where there is no consensus, then a tax is unfair, that therefore we bound ourselves to the idea that because people can still concede when a tax is actually in principle not fair, they can still concede to that, right? So what we present to you, panel, is that the whole idea of us presenting to you a consensus is simply just an additive to the principles. We are not saying that people have their own, they can judge what is unfair and unfair, because there are principles in place that have to govern this certain motion, right? This certain notion. So we've won on principles, right? We've won on technicality because we've proved to you beyond reasonable doubt that there can actually be unfair taxes, right? We contextualized for you that the idea of OTT, we've contextualized for you how it was impractical and how it was not justified for people to continue paying tax in months where they weren't receiving rent. So why then should they have been paying a rental tax? We've also justified to you that us electing leaders and systems being in place does not mean they are unquestionable, and therefore does not mean that these systems cannot err, therefore does not mean that there might be principles that are passed that are not in our favor. So panel, please note that this opposition team, very disorganized and contradicting, cannot win this debate on a moral obligation. Why? Because according to them, people should be forced. Yet they conclude again that we are in a democracy. So the whole idea of contradicting themselves of how there are no unfair taxes, and then maybe they didn't plan well, the second speaker comes and says, oh, there are unfair taxes, but we can make them better. We think that was our proposition to take and our stand to take, so they can't win the debate on that ground. And the question whether there are no unjust and unjust taxes, we think that these exist because we are human and we are flawed, and our systems can be flawed as
as well. Also, the idea that we shall never reach a point where we think taxes are fair, we think that cannot stand in this debate, because there are principles that we have socially made a contract with the government that, yes, we know we are giving you these of our freedoms, and we know that what you give us might actually contradict with what we want personally, but we are doing this because we want something in return. So on that ground, I trust that we take the debate. Thank you.
Panel, it's problematic to engage with the proposition side that at any point fails to give us any example, quote me well, any example of any tax they perceive as unfair and unjust. And with that just that, they don't engage in this debate because, one, they don't provide to us any tax that is unfair, and two, those taxes they claim to be unfair, one, were passed principally involving technicians, politicians, through consultations, engaging the public, so at the end of the day, we can never have an unjust and unfair tax. So today's proposition brings a case that is actually telling us that, do you know what they're looking at? They're looking at giving a broad consensus of people who have different public interests, and at the end of the day, they're looking at crippling the politicians, the technocrats, who undergo processes and series and identify that this tax at one point is going to be able to bring back revenue. So this leaves us, number one, with the proposition say that one fails to identify and quote any tax that is unfair and unjust. Secondly, that also fails on the same very principles that uphold a tax. One, equity. Every tax should give a provision of equity. And for starters, they haven't given us any tax that says contrary. Secondly, if we go to capacity and capability, these progressive tax also provide for that. So secondly, they also lack any example of a tax that can handle that point. Thirdly, we go to the point of participation. And it's important to understand that in the world they paint, where they give a broad consensus, where they give people with their selfish interest these liberties. Number one, we are going to have people who have their selfish motives. One, who for starters, I think they mentioned that if we were to put up our hands, who agrees with paying a tax? No one agrees with paying a tax. That is number one, provided they have perceived it's unfair and unjust. And everyone can come at one point and say, this tax is unfair and unjust. But what are we advocating for in our world? One, we're advocating for a world that looks at politicians, technocrats, who are in the public interest and look to benefit the general public as the people who we should give the opportunity to pass these taxes. Secondly, they dwell on a very important tax, which is OTT, to defend and back up their case. But one, they fail to give us at any one point where it divided all these principles and a justification to where at the end of the day it was proven unjust and unfair with different evidence that they don't give us. Secondly, they come and claim that with broad consensus they're going to advocate for people to dodge the taxes. But we tell them that, hey, at the end of the day, these taxes are going to be put in an indirect form, that is for starters. And secondly, what we should do as team opposition, what we present to you is, number one, we can only feel the urge to reverse the whole system and actually give you a better structure and political world with better policies if, number one, the people who are in charge of these democracies, the people who are in charge of putting these politicians in the seats, number one, are incentivized to feel the urge of a tax that they might perceive as what, unfair and unjust, and then they can opt for better things. One, for people who understand these policies. Two, technocrats who can better and at one point sit down and agree to what a world will be, provided these people are given the possibility to engage. Thirdly, also because these people in our world have the technical know-how to, one, set up principles that are going to govern.
If it is indeed true that a process is what justifies a principle thing, why do you think OTT as a concept of taxation failed, if it is processes which define principle and right taxes?
Number one, it's very important that OTT never failed. OTT actually got a 12% increment. Furthermore, OTT was actually, devised and felt to be put in a better way. Because for starters, the self-awareness and people who are selfish, they're willing to equip, looked for a way of dodging these taxes that they perceived as unfair. So us us as the opposition look for a better alternative of involving this OTT in the 12% that is going to be for everyone. Furthermore, to proceed on this point, one, their whole case fails on the very principles they are looking to uphold. One, if it's questioning equity, it does not in anyhow equal for the broad consensus, who are selfish, that is for starters, who are looking out for their own good. At the end of the day, who don't even have, that public, who are working out of the general public's, benefit to be given the trade. Because for starters, we are going to have a world where, number one, politicians who are put in power can't do anything because they are being crippled by what they would call a broad consensus in their world that is going to be problematic. Secondly, apart from that, we are going to have people claim they are incapable. They don't have the capacity of paying these taxes because they have given them the power to perceive these taxes as unfair and unjust on the principles that they have failed to give us, on the examples they have failed to lay down on how these taxes at one point can be unfair, provided they go through all these steps, through all these steps that uphold the principles of equality. Thirdly, even though it's to consider, and we say, at one point, we are going to consider this giving the people the broad consensus, to come and dredge everything. For starters, when we are passing any tax, the people are involved. Number one, we talked about ideation, consultation. People are engaged. So at the end of the day, and after being engaged, they choose leaders democratically who are supposed to put out their views. So if at one point they fail, what are we advocating for? Let people feel the pinch of what they perceive as unjust, and they pay it. Such that at the long run, what are we looking at? A tax-aware generation, number one, which can sit down and ask themselves, why do we need to pass a tax? Secondly, apart from being tax-aware, we are looking at people who are willing to change the whole structure, rectify all policies, so that at the end of the day, we are going to have policies that are, what we would call perfect and not nearly perfect, what we would call a process that is favoring everyone, where people have to pay taxes and they don't have to regret it. And thirdly, in our world which we are providing, we are going to have, if people can on personal levels engage in these conversations, then there's no need to call for a broad consensus, and there's no need of having debates on about unfair and everything. Because bottom line is, if we're to consider unfair and unjust, no one would be paying a tax here, because that is what human beings perceive, and it's more problematic if you give these people who are selfish already the power to at one point form a broad consensus where they can riot, where they can dodge these taxes. Because number one, it's going to cripple the already existing policies, because if the whole government endeavor that is going to be putting in, it's going to be diminished. Secondly, number one, we're going to create a lot of people evading taxes, because for starters, they are going to perceive in their own perceptions, given the power in the world that the proposition is supposedly creating, given the power to judge all these taxes and play around them. And thirdly, at the end of the day, we are going to have a world where we cannot give accountability, for starters, because at the end of the day, everyone has a right through their general selfish motives to prove what they want. And secondly, a world that there is no democracy and there's not going to be more scrutiny, where people will just, feel like, at the end of the day, I don't give a damn about what taxes say. But if we press them through this, and we put on that, we give them that sort of pressure, for starters, they will rectify all these. Three, even the research they're advocating for, people are going to really be incentivized to differentiate on how they can better a policy structurally. And here we are going to solve a problem that has been disturbing generations. We are going to make every stakeholder benefit from this, because the people are going to be incentivized, aware. The government is going to be in a position to pass better policies where everyone is supposed to pay a tax, and everyone understands the moral obligation of a tax, because you're going to have a tax-aware generation. With this, I rest my case.
Okay, just 1 minute. Okay, so for members of Sayatini who may not know about DSU, so you may consider this as some tutorial, because I'm a member of DSU, on why debaters lose debates. Free lecture. 1, debaters lose debates when you are given all this period information shared to your emails, but you are an affirmative team and you give a principled case with no any example. It's a shame. What was the use of those emails? But number 2, debaters also lose debates, especially when they start citing contradictions that don't exist, that they fail to rebut, and they start saying, those guys are contradicting each other. They're saying the tax can be unfair, but then someone's saying it can't be unfair. you need to differentiate the difference between an unfair tax and a feeling of unfair. We are justifying how that feeling of being unfair is something important. But beyond that, really, our members are not DSU members. It's also, debaters also lose debates when their logic does not match. How do you know that? For instance, a debater who comes and says, the governments are authoritarian. And then he says, the same governments that are authoritarian, when you come and oppose a tax, they're going to remove it. That was really illogical. How do you know that was illogical? One, it's not true. Why? OTT, when guys rioted it, did we go out with OTT? The format changed to 12%. So at the end of the day, what you call unfair, right, you still pay it. So what's the point in writing an unfair thing that you still again pay? That's how illogical it was. Yeah? But then, let's engage the idea of how, because in all this debate we all agreed that humans are selfish. But here is why debaters lose debates again, is when they don't understand principal differences of different actors. That is to say, that whereas general population are mandated to just act selfishly, no one has an obligation to me. The politicians who are defending in this debate are mandated to act in the public interest. So what you ought to then interrogate is simple. Should we trust the general population of theirs that can be run by just sentiments, that even has no any obligation to public interest, or should you trust us? Even if you agree that all of us are selfish, like really, or should you trust us where you know there's some incentive? But okay, panel, but also this is why debaters lose debates. This is just for certain members, really, not for the judges, for them to know why debaters lose debates. So debaters also lose debates, not really just on logic. So when you start making cases like, oh, so guys, look, you're going to write authoritarian government, and so we think, you see, there is due process, right? That's the third speaker. He says there's due process, and that due process should be respected, something which we agree. And then we tell you that the fact that all taxes have passed that, then they don't qualify as unfair. So unless they want to cite a contradiction, and they tell us, oh, there's due process that they believe in, right? But then they still think that even after that due process, a tax is unfair. So that's how nonsensically illogical that case was. But what point, okay, panel, okay, judges and again, certain members, what would they have argued to in this debate? What would they have argued? Don't think this debate was just an opposition because it was so good. Not really. They had a chance. This was the chance. The chance was going to be on the actors. That is to say, they would have said that a tax qualifies as unfair if there is some conversation in courts of law against it. So in that way, we would say, okay, that means there is enough proof the process was unfair. So then we would start discussing the idea of, oh, should we trust the judges, you know, as an actor, you know, like the bureau, or should we trust our politicians? So now that would have been the debate, whether the actors become the politicians, but not really the nonsensical case that we should prioritize general population instincts and sentiments in policy issues over our politicians. Really, panel, tell us why we don't win these finals of 13. Never been prouder to oppose.
Team Affirmative once again extends its sincere appreciation to Edgar for his entertainment lessons. Let's answer the things that matter. Firstly, there's the argument that you see taxes are just going to be shifted indirectly. Example, OTT from 200 was now taken to 12%. Let's solve that issue once and for all. The reason there was a public outcry against OTT was twofold. First, people bought data. Second, to access social media, they had to pay an extra fee. The reason people have not broadly revolted against the new 12% is in part because most internet users have not directly felt it. Edgar should be aware that a vast majority of companies today have not increased their internet prices. The prices of MTN data have not changed. The prices of Airtel data have not changed. The few companies that have changed their corporate mega bundles are by companies that do not feel the marginal effect of those taxes, and therefore 30,000 to a company that earns billions is not something that they are generally considerate about, so they just let it go and they pay the tax anyway, right? So we think that that argument that you see we shall just shift it to indirect is flawed. But secondly, we say, okay, Even if you shift the taxes to indirect taxes, and we still think that those taxes are unfair, we are still very okay with a world where we just have no moral obligation to pay those. So we again think that that's not a rebuttal that should be considered in this debate. There is the clash of whether there is consultation, right? Because Edgar and his teammates believe that consultation is something that has existed, and therefore what we are talking about is just a dream world. Lowell told you about the Casita scenario where taxes were being imposed on clothes and traders were being obligated to pay rental taxes at times when their trade had been very low, and there was just broad revolution against this, right? The reason that existed was because there was no consultation, or at least the process was not participatory. So the consultation of which the team on negative speak about, we're not particularly sure where it manifests. Were there examples that we gave you? I talked to you about how MPs colluded amongst themselves to exempt themselves from income taxes and how that violates the principles of equity. Notice that that argument received no engagement at all from that team. There is the question of whether we are premising a debate on sentiment. Understand that I pointed out, especially in my speech, that while we agree that people do not generally have to reach a consensus on when a tax is good, in all scenarios where there is public rage against a particular tax, in all cases, it is because that tax has been unjust, that tax has been unfair. Judge this debate on two things. Number one, who told the truth? But most importantly, who did not contradict? There have been two clashes in this debate. The first clashes were between the teams, which is what debate should look like. The second clashes were between the negative team and their speakers, who did not seem to agree on whether there exists such a thing as an unfair tax, or there is no such a thing as an unfair tax. Because throughout all their speeches, they would start by saying, there is no such thing as a tax that is unfair. The logic behind it is that because it has followed due process. We showed you why process can actually be faulty, and we have given you examples of where that process is faulty. For example, members of parliament exempting themselves from a tax is a clear scenario of where process is violated. So the idea that due process exists is just not tenable. So, I mean, we can pardon them for the contradictions. Clearly, they did not know what they were talking about. On the question of who told the truth, we think we demonstrated significantly, first, why bad laws follow from bad governance. This argument was not responded to by the negative. We showed you why there's just no moral obligation, and we drew.
Thank you, debaters. So does the audience think they would morally, they'll find it their own moral obligation to exempt themselves from unfair taxes? That said, I am going to request the debaters to cross sides and shake hands, and then they can take their seats. Oh, sorry. SOPs, yes. But I know there's goodwill on both sides. While the judges go out to decide who wins this debate, I would like us to quickly delve into the closing ceremony. And right now, I'd like to invite a representative from URA, Mr. David Rusoke, who is the Acting Assistant Commissioner for Public and Corporate Affairs, to speak to us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to be here. And at this juncture, I like the fact that you requested these guys to shake hands. I thought they were about to fight each other. but I think we had a lot of interesting discussion points. And yes, I think this has been quite an interesting debate for all of us who have tuned in, for all of us who have been watching and listening to these guys. I'm excited to be here this afternoon. When I see young people like you actively involved in matters of taxation, it is exciting. You haven't yet started your careers, but the matters that I heard you discuss, the concepts, bad and good taxation, that one I won't get into, but double taxation, taxation of international companies, and congruence of taxation matters, and yes, these are things that we are dealing with right now in the field. But I don't know if there is bad taxation, but I think it's a debate. And yes, it gives me hope, really, that the future of our country is bright. In this room today, I see quite a lot of young generation from various dialects in Uganda who are so pivotal to a specific strategic element within our grand plan to take taxation and make it a part of every household in Uganda. As you are aware, we have envisaged the establishment of this in universities, and under the University Outreach Program, we started the tax education in all institutions of learning. We also have it on the lower side, but also especially at the higher institutions of learning. And we look at a day when we'll have a firm foundation for future tax compliance. In the same line of thinking, one could say that such engagements aim at preparing future generations to abide by their tax obligations. I expect as a result of this that you guys here, especially those that we're discussing, will not only be our ambassadors out there in the communities, you'll be our ambassadors, the family businesses, and yeah, you could also come and join us right after, and then we extend it. But I expect that we have ambassadors out there who will talk to people about tax matters and will help people understand, appreciate, and contribute to this. It is expected also that this program will make taxation a household concept, and that university students will promote through various planned activities between URA and other stakeholders, especially where Siatini is, will be able to even go higher and further. For the last 4 years, we have had annual inter-university debate competitions partnering with Siatini, bringing close over 15 universities. This has galvanized our tax education efforts and provided feedback on how we should improve our tax regime. You'll appreciate when they were discussing here, some of the taxation regimes they were discussing, calling bad, are the ones that we have left. In other words, we are having a healthy debate here, and would like us to, yes, bring it into the public domain. We have, one of the things that is happening around us is we discuss without information. Today, most young people, we decide, let's go. But what I had here was a lot of input, a lot of detail had been put into the study in order for a healthy debate and would like us to continue to have most of these debates. We have started the financial year and there is debate going on what amendments should come in the next financial year. But when you go to these debates, you don't find people. The public is invited, and the Ministry of Finance has engagements with different stakeholders to ensure that the lawman has done his homework and the right amendments are brought into play. A lot of study is put into this, but when you go to some of these debates, you don't find anybody. You find very few people. And you find the tax, or rather the lawmaker, being the only one playing his role. And he puts a lot of factors into play. But what I heard here shows that we can have a lot of that feedback, a lot of detailed feedback coming in. And I would encourage you to continue to find out, by the time it comes, you should play your part. And yes, you're encouraged to continue even from here. At the time of the creation of these tax societies in 2017, young people used to express their ideas through tax debates. And specifically, I would like to appreciate Siatini and a few other partners for having joined the cause to further tax education initiatives. We thank you because within these universities and communities, we've had a lot of debate, and ideally some of these things affect us even at national level. Yes, to this end, URA management has also noted the influence and the impact of these, and we are looking at a bigger picture. We are looking at the DRM. The DRM is the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Initiatives, where we can carry this into also different communities and ensure that all of us at par, we know where we are going. We have decided to train youth students in the universities in some of our initiatives. There is one called IFRIS, there is DTS, and I'm sure you guys know what this is. And yes, for those who don't know, IFRIS is electronic physical receipting and invoicing solution. And our hope is that you will support as agents, you will drive the change out there and ensure that our communities embrace some of these changes which we are doing. Most of these solutions come to make the cost of doing business easy. They are easier, they are better, and we need you to support and be a part of this. The new tax education strategy 2020 through 2025 is anchored on three main pillars: awareness, nurturing, and empowerment of the taxpayer. And these societies are being used to reach young people out there in order for us to especially have the influence of the taxpayer changed. We want the taxpayer behavior to change in order to have compliance on that side. We are very excited to invite you to stand with us in building our capacities to bridge the knowledge gap on the tax regime among the taxpayers. We thank you for being a part of this URA journey. I want to congratulate the winners and all universities that have participated in the just concluded championships. I encourage you to involve yourselves in tax matters. Your confidence to stand as a tax education ambassador is a sign of patriotism for which we are proud. I implore you to ensure that you exercise your mandate, do it with utmost integrity and professionalism. To our organizers, we thank you for this noble cause. We intend to continue doing this, and yes, we call upon everyone that can come on board to ensure that we take this further in order to have educated taxpayers, in order to bridge the gap, and in order to ensure that Our government has the resources which will enable us to develop Uganda together. For God and my country, thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Okay, and finally, I would like us to put our hands together for the partners who put this event together. Siatini, who are our hosts, the Uganda Revenue Authority, Action Aid, Oxfam, Debate Society, which offered technical support, the African Women Development and Communication Network, and the European Union. And while at it, I'd like to take this opportunity to call a representative from Oxfam to give us a word as one of the partners, Mr. Joseph in the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. Greetings. My name is Joseph Okechelwen, and I work with Oxfam. I lead the Financing Development Program, where the tax work falls, and we are happy to have been part of this convening as government partners. We do thank Siatini, Uganda Revenue Authority, Debate Society Uganda, and our participants from the different universities. A long time ago, the issue of taxation was looked at as a very hard subject and a very complicated issue that required only lawyers or accountants to speak to. But we are happy that we seem to be seeing the interest growing, especially among the youth and within our universities. We want to thank everyone who has participated. We want to see more participants in the coming years. We want to see more females, including the male also, advocating in your schools, in your universities, taking forward the tax justice agenda and ensuring that even when you leave school, you practice it and you advocate that it continues further and further. As Oxfam, we do commit to continue supporting this agenda of tax justice, especially among the youth. And we are happy to have been part of this organizing of this event. I also want to say that we have an intervention called the Fiscal Justice for Women and Girls project, which is actually looking at influencing economic policies, starting with tax policies, to be able to recognize the aspects of gender inequalities and being able to deliver services and the needs of women, boys, and girls. In that perspective, we are happy to have been part of this engagement, and we want to see youth being brought up in these engagements. In the future, we even want to see how we can support university students beyond the debate, but to be involved in practical work on tax justice in terms of campaigns, in terms of doing research. And yes, even at Oxfam, we want to see that we continue opening up opportunities for interns in the broad sectors where we work, including taxes, because we do advocate for a society free of inequality and poverty, and we do believe that taxes are are one of the policies that, if well designed, can actually play a good role in the fight against poverty and inequality. I want to thank you, and I wish you a good evening. Thank you.
So the longer it takes the judges, the more interesting a debate should have been. I now would like to hand you over to an amazing person from Debate Society Uganda to take us through as we wait for the judges to finish deliberation. Gilbert.
Thank you, Beatrice, for hijacking me. I had no plans, but nonetheless, I have been hijacked, and I'm happy to be here. Our judges will be in a few minutes from now, and we'll find out between Makerere University, Kampala, and we are very careful to add Kampala because there's another Makerere University boarding school, business school, just for context, that's a joke. And between MUST, the famous MUST, which of the two has emerged the winners of the 4th annual National Inter-University Tax Debates? We are happy as Debate Society Uganda to continue our partnership with Siatini and Uganda Revenue Authority to be able to bring these debates. Even amidst the most difficult circumstances of COVID-19, we are happy that we could still have this year's edition. And what a final we have had. Thank you to the debaters for your valuable inputs and the contribution, and the judges will be in here very shortly, and we will go into the award ceremony. And once the award ceremony is done, we will also have Siatini make administrative announcements. I do not want to commit myself to the fact that we'll have lunch. There might be other arrangements that I'm not aware about, but we should be able to have a lunch, and then we'll be able to handle the rest of the administrative work and depart at leisure. We are just still waiting for the judges. Once, like Beatrice said, once the judges take long, it is an indication that the debate was very highly contested, which is a good thing that we like to see in the final. But nonetheless, we will need to be able to have a winner. Just to give context for those that are new in our spaces of debate, we had 7 independent adjudicators, all judges, and each one of them has an independent vote. The reason we have an odd number is so that we do not have what we call where it is difficult to make a decision, where 3 judges vote for the proposition team and 3 judges vote for the opposition team. So it's important to have an odd number. Usually we would have 3, 5, and in a final of this nature, we like to have 7 so that the judges are able to make independent judgments and provide feedback on how the teams will have performed. So we'll have the judges in here very shortly. In the meantime, we will just keep ourselves in the mood, we have also arranged for an ambulance that would take any member of the team that would have come second. And you know, under normal circumstances, when you tell people you came second, it's not a bad thing, until they ask you second of how many. So in a debate of this nature, it is important that you become number one. So the judges are in here. We will have them very shortly. And so now I will leave the floor and allow us to enjoy a bit of tension in the next about 2-3 minutes. And the chief adjudicator will come and make the announcement for which team has won, and then we'll get into the award ceremony. I thank you. All right, so friends, we are transitioning now into the award ceremony after 3 interesting days of debates, where we had part of the debates held online and the semi-final and final held here at Golf Course Hotel. We want to recognize and appreciate the different universities that have participated in this year's annual tax debates organized by Siatini. And to help us award these different institutions, I'm going to invite the Executive Director of Siatini, Ambassador, but also I'm going to invite the Acting Assistant Commissioner of Public and Corporate Affairs at the Uganda Revenue Authority, Mr. David Lusoke, to please kindly join here on stage so that we can award these different institutions of higher learning that have taken part in this year's debate edition. I will also ask the audience to please clap for our guests as they come up front to be able to award these different institutions. And as they come, I'm going to invite a representative from Kampala International University. I'm going to invite the representation from Kampala International University to please come up front and receive your I am also going to ask representation from Oxfam to please join us on stage, a representative from Oxfam to please also join us as we award these different institutions. Thank you. I will get the details and recognize you in a more formal way. So I want to invite representatives from Kampala International University, if any of them are present here with us, to please join us on stage. Yes, we already have we're just waiting for a representative from Oxfam International, if any is present here with us, to please join us on stage, and then we shall award Kampala International University for their participation at this year's tournament. So this is a certificate of participation. This is to certify that Kampala International University took part in the inter-university debates on tax justice from the 28th to the 30th day of September 2021. All right, we'll have a group picture with the team from KIU. Let's appreciate the team from KIU with a hand clap. And I am now going to invite Cavendish University. Cavendish University. Let's appreciate Cavendish as they come forward. We'll keep clapping for Cavendish University as they step up front to receive their certificate of participation. Thank you. Welcome Bishop Stewart University, all the way from Mbarara. Any representatives from Bishop Stewart University, all the way from Kakoba in Mbarara? Let's appreciate them. They have come a long way. I now invite the team from Uganda Matters University a representative from Uganda Matters University. Let's appreciate the lady as she comes over. All right, I'll ask us to clap a little harder for the team from Uganda Matters University in Kozi. All right, thank you so much, Uganda Matters in Kozi. I will invite now a team from Makerere University Business School, Nakawa, Makerere University Business School. Let's appreciate these people there. All right, thank you so much. MOOBS will now invite Kabale University, a representative from the great Kabale University, all the way from Chigezi land. All right, and if none of them is present with us, I will invite a representative from Debate Society Uganda to come and on behalf of Kabale University receive their certificate of participation. I'll invite Emmanuel Alwaga on behalf of Debate Society Uganda to receive this certificate on behalf of Kabale University. Emmanuel Alwaga, as you have heard, really the name does not suggest anything Chigezi-like, but nonetheless you will represent. Thank you. I'll now invite the team from IU International University, no, Islamic University in Uganda. IU. All right, let's clap harder for IU. And now I invite Gulu University. Gulu University, the team from Gulu. Please join us. Let's appreciate them as they come. Let's appreciate them. Very good performance. I'm told they debated in the semi-final. So well done and congratulations. As Gulu come, I will invite Uganda Christian University, UCU, Uganda Christian University. I invite you to also come and receive your certificate of participation. And we continue to congratulate you and appreciate your participation in this regard. And then we would like to invite the swing team. The swing team, our chief guest and guests of honor. Swing team, usually we constitute a swing team when we have the numbers not adding up so that this can assist us to be able to constitute a full debate round. So I'd like to invite the swing team representative to come and also receive their certificate of participation. Swing team. All right, like the name swing sounds, it looks like they are swinging somewhere. All right, we'll now go to our finalists today. I'd like to first invite a different semi-final team. Chambogo University. I'd like to invite the representative from Chambogo University to come and receive their certificate. They put up a very good showing also in the semi-final and would like to appreciate them. And I will now invite Makerere University. I think it's also only right that we clap for Makerere University. That's like we did for the other universities. Thank you. And I'll request the representatives, the guests of honor, and your team to please stay as I invite the chief adjudicator at this year's inter-university tax debates to come and carry on with the rest of the award ceremony, and also announce to us which team has emerged winners at this year's edition. Chief Adjudicator, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Yes, would first of all love to thank our dear guests. He'll just stand a little bit longer. We'll just request that you do that for us as we go to the next level of our awarding ceremony. Yes, so the final had two teams. That was Makerere University debating in the affirmative, and Mbarara University of Science and Technology debating in the... Okay, so and Mbarara University of Science and Technology debating in the negative. Before we look at the final and to say who won this particular final, let's start with awarding our third best team. Our third best team is going to come from the teams that were in the final, in the semi-final, sorry. And from the semi-final, we're going to get the team that ranked higher in the speaker tab, or in the tab as we broke. That is what... Oh, relief for me. Yes, so we have medals for both teams that ranked third, and would love to start by, first of all, inviting Kyambogo University that ranked third, and then Gulu University. Let's start with Kyambogo, and then Gulu will come. All of you have medals. Siatini is serving. Everyone has a medal. Who came? Yeah, so let's start with Kyambogo University. Let's clap for Kyambogo as Kyambogo comes. Yes, Kyambogo did a good fight, and they just lost by a whisker in the semi-final. Yes, congratulations, guys. Okay, a photo moment, I think. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. That's Kyambogo University. Let's welcome our other third team, all the way from Gulu University. The three gentlemen, you're welcome. Okay, congratulations, guys. Okay. Okay. Yes, congratulations. So, to the final.
receive and see.
Yes, to the final. We had a very captivating final. I'll run through our deliberations very fast because I guess I've been standing for quite some time. Yes, we had a very interesting final between Makerere University and MUST. And one of the overarching questions in this final was whether whether it was a matter of perspective or it was about the consequences of the law. What informs an unjust law? Is it a matter of perspective or it is a matter of the consequences of that particular tax? Some of the clashing points that came through this debate was the idea of due process, on whether due process informs or qualifies a law as just or unjust, and whether we can have things like called as things as institutionalized unjust law, or institutionalized bad taxes, or whether bad taxes arise from bad governance. The second idea was, the second clashing point was on the debate to do with perspective, whether our understanding of just and unjust is subjective, or the three principles that were given by the affirmative team at the beginning inform what an unjust law is. The principles of inequality, the principles of inconvenience, whether those things qualify a law to be unjust. The second question, the third, was on elites, the elite or technocrats vis-a-vis the people. Who determines what is an unjust law? And the second last thing was on the question of accountability. In which world? Is it the affirmative world or the negative world? Which particular world informs or gives us the best form of accountability? And finally, can an unjust law exist? That was the crux of the entire debate. Can an unjust law exist? The judges, on a ballot of 6-1, thought that the team that won all of these particular clash points was the team debating the affirmative side. So Makerere University wins today's debate. Makerere University, congratulations. Yes, so we'll first of all invite, okay, that was a little bit late, thank you. But we'll invite our second team, our first runners-up, to come and get the accolades. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, congratulations on being the second team in this tournament.
Congratulations, you got a reason to celebrate. Obuwangu zongo today, wakumacho tofungempera. Congratulations, you got a reason to celebrate. Obuwangu zongo today, wakumacho.
Yes, Mbarara University, you fought well and did very well. Congratulations on that. Ladies and gentlemen, may we invite our winners and the best team for this particular tournament from Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, please come for your accolades. Yes, still longer because we have an accolade for the best speaker, both female and male, after this.
Congratulations, you got a reason to celebrate. Obuwangu zongo today, wakumacho tofungempera.
Let's clap for our winners. Yes, our winners from Makerere University, congratulations, gentlemen and ladies. Let's just take an extra photo, please. Okay, so can our finalists have their seats, please? Thank you very much. To our best two speakers for this tournament,